All right, Bill, you should be good to go.
Okay, I will open this Grand County Commission meeting, June 17th, 2025 at 3:30 p.m. Present are Commissioner Hedin, Commissioner Adler, Commissioner McCurdy, Commissioner McGann, Commissioner McCandless, and myself, Commissioner Winfield, and we expect to be joined by Commissioner Martinez at some point on Zoom. And we're going to start off with the workshop here, and Todd Thompson from the SBD Associate Regional Director for USU is going to lead us through some exciting things that he's been doing with the position that we voted last year to create for small business development.
Mine's turned off.
Are your speakers off?
His mic's open.
Oh.
Got some amazing sound effects going on over there, Bill.
Great sound effects.
So we'll wait till we get through the sound effects of the computer. We get it?
Yep.
Thanks,
All right,
man.
I thought I muted it over here. I guess it didn't.
Good.
Well, I appreciate you.
Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I know, it was a Twilight Zone, something like that. Well, I appreciate you having me come. I met with Commissioner Winfield, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Kind of talking to him about what we were doing at SBDC. The great thing about SBDC is we have about 16 offices throughout the state. This is not part of my PowerPoint, but I'll just kind of give you a little bit of a background. One of the things that we are trying to do, one of the things that this state BDC director is trying to do is trying to have all of the SBDC housed at USU throughout the state of Utah. It'll just make it easier for us working together and making sure that we serve all the clients that we possibly can in this state. My position, I think you voted on it last year, but if you weren't here, my position is in San Juan County, and I also help out Grand County. The way my funding is, though, I do about a 90-10 and 80-20. I spend most of my time with individuals or people that want to open up companies or need help with management, leadership, accounting, finances, those type of things in Grand County. So it's not necessarily someone who's opening up a business, it's somebody that needs help with their business. So if they need help with market research, we help with market research. If they want to take their company national or international, we help do a lot of that. And I'll go into a couple of examples. I can't necessarily tell you who the companies are right now because I'm in the process of getting them funding. I told Commissioner Winfield that, and I said, you got to wait on a couple of the companies that I'm going through. But there are a couple that have received funding from the revolving loan fund that I can mention. Him and his company, he's down on Main Street by Desert Rivers Credit Union, so I can actually talk about him and what he's doing. He's excited, and so we were able to put together a business plan for him and get him funding. And so I'm going to share my screen so you all can see it, and I'll go through and tell you some of the things that we do for our clients here in Grand County and throughout the state. So give me 1 second. Everybody, did I share that or
Not yet.
not yet? Okay, I'll click on it again.
There we go.
There we go. All right, let me go up here. Okay, so this is some of the things that these are some of the services that we offer for people here in Grand County. And so I'll go through them really quickly. Business plans, startup assistance, management and leadership, marketing and sales, customer relations, business accounting and budgeting, protecting your business, business valuation, employee management, market research, cash flow management, government contracting, buying and selling a business, e-commerce, and international trade. Now, I would like to say that I know every single one of these wonderfully and beautifully, and I know how to do everything. One of the things that we can do with SBDC is, for example, if there's market research, we have somebody that does market research in Salt Lake City. So if we have somebody that wants to do really intense market research, We have somebody in our community that will work with me, that will come down and meet with that client and look at what they need market research specifically on. So we go back and forth helping each other out and making sure that our clients get any help. Like, for example, I don't know if you all know, but I speak fluent Spanish. And so our clients here, and I've met with clients that they only speak Spanish. And so through the Multicultural Center, they're sent up to me and I'm able to speak with them and help them create their business plans. One of the things is there's a lot of people that don't know how to write a business plan. They have a great business idea. So I have to sit there and help them write a business plan. For a quick example on the business plan, I'm working with one client right now and they don't speak English at all. And so I asked her to do a business plan. I gave her a template on how to do a business plan, and she wrote me a 7-sentence email. And so I had to create her business plan with her and for her to help her because she's trying to get funding. And so not only did I have to write her business plan, but I also had to write her financials and do her financials because they have to have 3 years of cash flow projections. They have to have monthly income statements. They have to have sales projections. So there's certain things that a client has to have to be able to get any type of funding, whether that's through a bank, whether that's through the SBA, those loans too are through a bank, or even through a micro loan fund through the state of Utah. They need to have a proper business plan. And so what I'm finding is there's a lot of people that come to me that don't know how to write a business plan at all. And so I spend hours upon hours upon hours helping people write business plans. I've got some clients I've spent 20 to 25 hours on because they don't know how to really do any of that kind of structure. And so I had a client last week that got a $3,000 grant called the Wildcat Fund grant, which we'll go through. But I helped her get that grant, but it took us a really long time. I mean, she had a hard time getting things up on Zoom. I mean, to give a presentation. So it's a lot of holding hands and making sure how they can get that money. So there's a lot of processes that will go into it, and I'll get in there real quick. One of the things that we offer is not necessarily just here locally, but we offer workshops that people can go to. Hopefully this will click on it and open it up. Okay, there it is. So if people have questions, like for example, if they have tax planning questions, if they need a marketing clinic, how to start a business 101, Facebook, Instagram ads, create and manage ads like a pro. So they're able to go on here and register for free. It doesn't cost them any money at all. Anything we do does not cost them money. It's all free for them. So, in-person legal workshop, English and Spanish, or English and Espanol, and then intellectual property clinic virtual meeting. So every time I meet with clients, I give them all of this information, making sure that they know if they have any questions, if they want more information, and then they can go on here and look to see and register. So if any of you had a question on how to open up a business outside of coming and speaking with me, there are other options that we have for people to get free help and free assistance whenever they want to at their own time. So if they can't meet with me during the day, they can go on here and attend a workshop at night. And so we give them all that information, and we readily have workshops available for people all the time. In here to we also have what we call an entrepreneur academy for people that want to open up a business. And I can actually go on mine to show you what that looks like. It's different than the workshops, but people can so people can go on and we offer classes to them, like how to form a business, financing your business, marketing your business, managing your employees, e-commerce for your business, protecting your business, cybersecurity, managing your customers, There are some things that are gonna come soon, like international trade, managing your cash flow. And then business startups and business growth. So we try to give them as much information as we possibly can, whether that's with me or whether that's online. And people can go on and study themselves and learn what they need to do to be successful in their business. Now, over the past 6 months, I have assisted 30 different clients with different business needs. This is business plan creation in both Spanish and English, financial analysis, marketing strategy, grant writing and presentations, the revolving loan fund, which is a lending program of money that is given to the county, and that the county is able to help out with economic development. We do bank loans. I've not helped with some of the larger loans. I am working with a company right now that wants to build here, either here or San Juan, that would have about 15 employees. And so those are some of the loans that I'm working on. The networking part, smart business decisions, management training. And so over the past, and I put 200 hours, but when I went back in and looked at my system, I'm really looking at about 300 hours and then more, doing research on their businesses. One of the things I find is when they come in with an idea, they don't necessarily know how to build that business correctly. They have a great idea. Like I have one client that has come in and she's got a fantastic idea, but she doesn't know how to really create her product the best way that she could possibly create that. So I'm able to help her, and I've been able to help her. And we're getting very close for her to be able to really start a very successful business. But it's taken us a couple of months, a month and a half, from the time she wanted to make her product until I had her go to someone else, like what we call a co-packer, to be able to create her product. And so there's a lot of time that I spend doing research, making sure that people are going down the right road and making the right decisions. If people are going to spend a lot of their money, a lot of their time, I want to make sure that one, they're making the right decisions for themselves. You know, if they want to buy a business, but that business has lost $200,000 over the last 2 years, meeting with them and kind of talking them through that, seeing how that looks, to see whether or not that's a good idea for them. Maybe working with partners that they don't like, but they're just trying to open up a business and work with anybody. That doesn't always work. And so it's kind of like a marriage, doesn't always work. So those are kind of, that's a little humor. So those are some of the things that I've done with people in our office up there at USU. And this is just a really quick sample business plan template. And this is why not necessarily the writing part of it, but the financial projections take a long time. They take many hours. And that's the most important part. Generally, the financials in a business plan is about 3 to 4 pages. And that's the one part where most people, if they're trying to get any type of funding, they don't know how to do. And so me being able to work with them on how to do that, and how to put that together so they can go to like Desert Rivers Credit Union and get a loan. And so I work with Lonnie Campbell at Desert Rivers Credit Union quite a bit. And so I'm able to sit there and put this business plan together, put the financials together and send people down to him so they can be approved for a loan. And so it's not always the easiest process, and it's very difficult. It's very frustrating for people, but there's a lot of hoops that they have to jump through to open up a business. Because I don't want them to lose money. And so that's, you know, that's one of the things that we're sorry, somebody just sent a message that we're working on. I thought it may have been for me, but those are things that I'm working on. I would tell you, I don't know 100% of everything, but we have a really good community with SBDC and we help each other out. So if there's not a question I don't know, most of you have met Roger. He used to be here. He did a lot of the SBDC work here prior to me coming. But we help each other with clients that we have. So, and I think that I'm gonna press a button. I think that that's all on my part. I didn't know how long I had. I didn't want to really overwhelm and kill you. I would like to tell you every customer that I deal with, some of the customers are in the process of getting loans. Coyote Crossing is one of the customers that we had. They got approved. I'm not gonna go into the financial part of that of what they got approved for, but he was approved for a loan. If you go north on Main, go past Desert Rivers Credit Union, I think it's 850 North Main. You'll be able to see him doing a massive amount of work on that building. He's excited to open up his business. John Early, you may know who he is. I think he's been in the community for
It's the old
15
visitor
years.
center.
Yeah, it's the old visitor center. He takes people on tours on camping and climbing, but he's really excited about that business. So that's one of the businesses that we've really done well with him. When he first came to me, his business plan was 37 pages long, not 37 pages long. And just let you know, business plans, it should be about anywhere between 9 to 12 pages long. So we really had to help him streamline what he needed to do before we got to the revolving loan fund and get him the money that he needed to be able to open up his business. And he's about ready to open it up. And so I'm excited for him. One of the things we look at too is we look at the number of employees that we're bringing into the community. I'm working with another company right now that this time next year, they'll have about 10 employees, but we're right in the middle of getting them funding as well. They've already partially opened up. Their business model and business plan is incredible. But once we get that funding done, I would like to come back, even have them come talk to you because they'll have probably 7 to 8 to 9 employees that they're going to hire because of their business. So I think the economic development of what we're trying to do is make sure that not only are we getting these people money and funding, but we're making sure that they're going to be hiring people from our community. And the struggle we have there is, well, there's a lot of hotels, there's a lot of restaurants, there's a lot of other places that are hiring too. But we're just hoping to bring jobs to the community as well. And that's really part of what we do at SBDC. So I'll stop talking, and if anyone has questions, please. Yes.
Well, we're excited that the program's back up. It's been, to me, a long time since it's really been rolling. So it's exciting. So we're glad that you're there.
Thank you.
Are we seeing any businesses that are diversifying our economy at all? Anything outside of?
Yeah, outside of tourism.
Yeah.
The one I just talked about
Okay, great.
is outside. Well,
Awesome.
I can say it's outside of tourism because it has nothing to do with tourism.
Okay.
But it kind of does. Because we do have Airbnbs, we do have homes here, but it would be like any destination that you go to, where if you have one predominant economic driver
Right.
of the economy, it does touch it a little bit, but it doesn't have really anything to do with
So you're seeing some diversity.
Yeah. And I actually can tell you who they are. That's Knox Lane. They are a company that is providing, they'll provide appliances like small scratch den appliances, floor model appliances. So they've already opened up their business, but we're just trying to get them to where they can run more efficiently, run more effectively. But that business right there has nothing to do really with tourism. It has everything to do with people buying appliances, kind of like you would on the Wasatch Front or anywhere else in Utah. So that's one business that I can say because they've already opened up. I'm helping them get more funding so they can get more they can get more product into their store.
I talked with a small business owner today as well, and I don't want to mention his name yet, but I will refer him to you. I've also referred him to certain revolving loan fund already because he's talking to 6 to 8 employees and has something totally outside of tourism here as well, but I'll pass him over to you.
Yeah, so that's
and
great.
see if we can't move that along. So,
And one of the things we're trying to do is look at whatever company that's coming that does not necessarily have to deal with tourism in and of itself. Trying to, like you said, with the revolving loan fund, trying to get people to be able to benefit. One of the reasons why they use the revolving loan fund, they don't necessarily qualify for a bank loan. Or, you know, if they're running everything through an LLC, they run everything through LLCs from what I've seen. It's hard for them because it's not showing that they're making a massive amount of income. So if they already own one or two businesses and everything's run through their business, they write everything off. So it's not necessarily showing that they're making all kinds of money. So it's harder for them to get that regular loan through a bank. So that's some of the things that we're working with and helping them.
Yeah, the other thing I would mention too, you mentioned bringing in employees. And I think that we need to be encouraging some of these people to consider bringing in employees rather than robbing from a pool that's already pretty stressed out here locally. And by encouraging them to do that, also, they need to be thinking housing and how they help make that possible in their businesses, because if we rob from one business to get another business started isn't gonna be the best scenario for us, and just encouraging them to think long-term along those lines, I think would be good. And then I had a question. You mentioned that you're doing a bunch in San Juan. Is that mainly in the valley, or do you deal with the entire
I
county?
deal with the entire county, but I would tell you it's not much because I have to meet with them by Zoom. I'm not gonna drive to them. The reason why, the way I'm funded, the way I'm paid, we focus on Grand County.
Yeah.
But if somebody wants help, you know, I'll help them, but it's for every 10 Grand County businesses I help one in San Juan. But you know, I do work with some bankers out of Monticello, another one out of Blanding. So if they do have customers that need some help, you know, we're willing to help them, because one of the things too is if they're in the valley, and if they're creating something for the valley and we have people that live in our community that will drive to their business and work there, we're still affecting people's lives and helping people. And so, but I probably say the majority of my time is spent with clients from Grant County.
Anybody else? Questions?
No, I'd echo Trish and just say it's nice to have a functioning SBDC again. It's great.
I would say if you know anybody, you know, we work with companies also that may need help with managing leadership or anything. You know, some of the things we do with people can get grants. The Wildcat Fund is a grant that people can get. They have to do a business plan and they have to do a pitch to 3 people from Weber State. It's not very difficult. It's $3,000. And they just get the $3,000. It's not, they do not have to provide receipts or anything like that. They're just given that money. Or if a company has 25 employees and they need their employees to be trained, there's something called, there's a grant called Custom Fit, and Custom Fit will pay for 50% of the training. And so if you know anybody that their company needs training, they think that their employees need training, they can get training. Now, Custom Fit won't send them to Hawaii to get training, but if they needed to go to Orem or Lehigh or somewhere else like that, they would do that. They just have to put in the requisition and have that happen. So there's those types of grants we're really trying to help benefit existing companies as well.
Great.
Well, we appreciate the time that you've invested here, and clearly it seems like you're helping a lot of people, and that I think was the ultimate goal when we made the decision to fund this. So I look forward to seeing some diversification and some small businesses come out of this. But again, thanks for your time and for the update.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Good seeing you. Thank you all. Good.
And so with that being the close of our workshop, I would say we take a brief recess and we will come back at 4 o'clock.
It's great.
Bye.
Chicago. Yep, I know that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I will call this regularly scheduled commission meeting to order. Those present are the same that were here earlier with the workshop, including now we have Commissioner Martinez joining us via Zoom, and we will all stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and so thanks everybody for being here. It's good to see y'all. We love a full house, believe it or not. There is a citizens to be heard that will start now at 4 o'clock, and if you're here for the public hearing, that will be later regarding high density housing overlay. So that'll happen a little bit later in our meeting. If that's what you're here to speak on, you'll want to wait for that. Citizens to be heard. I'm glad to start us off here. If we've got people.
Yes, sir. No, the public hearing has to be after 6 p.m.
Does it? It's not money.
For the public hearing for the land use, yeah, it has to be after 6 p.m.
So.
I thought it was.
Add that that's after 6 o'clock for the public hearing, and we're just glad that you're here. So anybody, citizens to be heard, that want to start us off, Mr. Green, you were first, please. I'll get that.
You win.
Oh, there. How are you all doing this afternoon?
Good, thank you.
I came here to kind of give you a small update on the Red Rock Rally event that we had just last weekend here. I know some of the event people, you know, they just come in and ask for a permit and they just never see them again. So I'm here. I've got a call, so I like to be here. It was a great success. We didn't have any incidents that I'm aware of. Just to give you an idea on the event itself, it was held out at the Spanish Valley Trail Arena. We had local participation there. We had some food vendors that were there and spoke with the food vendors. They sold out all 3 nights, ran out of food. We had some local vendors that were there that did very well. Our vendors that did show up are sponsors, so a lot of them sold out on their products. And so we had a lot of local participation come in, and we actually have locals that signed up for the rally. So that was pretty awesome. I went around and talked to some of the businesses in Moab. When we were advertising our event, we would ask them if they'd give us a discount code for like motels and restaurants and things like that. And some of the motels and hotels here in town, they said as soon as we started advertising, which we have been advertising for quite a while, but a lot of the motels and hotels filled up within 48 hours. So, and a lot of restaurants were happy. So that was awesome. And just want to thank you for the support that we got from you. We got a lot of support from the BLM, from the Bureau of Land Management, and the OHV programs in the state of Utah. Had a lot of support there. And we just had a great time. I will tell you, it was very hot. And it was record high temperatures. I think one day was 106, if I remember right. But everything went good. We had one medical with a little bit of heat exhaustion. That individual was brought out, treated at the hospital, and released. But each one of our guides and our guides on our trails, we had anywhere from 4 to 6 guides. One of them had 7 guides on one trail. Every one of our guides carried a case of water. And every day they would run out of water, giving folks even what water they had. So just so you know. All right. So Stevie's telling me I have 30 seconds. I like that. But, and if you have any questions or anything, please ask me real quick. Also, Mark Pett is online if you've got any questions for him. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Yep, thank you. And we normally in Citizen Be Heard don't interject back and forth. Thank you. Next. All right, please, gentlemen. And we'll go to the lady that was beside you.
Okay. Hi, this is kind of cool. I know almost every one of you painted for you or been to the gym with you. I actually dated one of your moms, but not you.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, now you have to do this. I'm Mike Tonelli. I'm here partially representing the pickleball people, which is almost that whole side of the room. I wrote it down. Thank you for the chance to speak today. I'm here on behalf of these guys, local residents who play pickleball regularly and have been waiting patiently for 6 years for the dedicated courts. The county allotted money for these courts, and we have been very hopeful. And now we're hearing that the funds might be pooled. Right now, we're playing in two places. The Center Street Gym, which just has 2 courts, and we often get bumped there. If there's any other thing going on, we get bumped out of there. The other is the high school tennis courts, which are temporary. We have to chalk the lines every time it rains. We re-chalk, no problem. But it's becoming more and more difficult to play there with, we can't be on school grounds now if there's any school kids around. Okay, here's the personal part. Pickleball isn't just a sport, it's a community. As a retired business person who's lived here for 49 years, I've had my business here for 40 years. I lost my tribe. I lost my family when I retired. I didn't see that coming. Like all the other subs, the contractors, I just kind of lost my family. When I retired, I started playing pickleball. This is my new family. It's way more than just playing. And we have people, I have written down that we have people in their 20s, but driving over here, I realized, no, we have teenagers also. And there's nothing cooler to see than kids coming home from college and playing side by side with their parents. And we also have a guy that's 88 years old that plays. And so this is not just an old person sport. We keep each other active, connected, and this is a very good mental thing for all of us. We're not asking for luxury, we're asking for fairness. Other towns much smaller than ours have permanent courts. Tourists play with us every week and can't believe that we don't have any courts. It's time we invest in something meaningful for our locals. I've heard talk of that, well, maybe we'll do it cutting corners. Please don't do that. Do it the right way the first time. Being a contractor, I know firsthand, if you cut corners, if you do the job wrong the first time, it will always be wrong. Like, just do it right the first time. Find a way to do it. Let's stop making excuses and make this happen. We're not asking for everything, just for something we've more than earned that we've earned. The last thing, I didn't write it down, was one of the council persons told me that maybe I should go to the city and ask them for help. I'm a great painter. I'm not great at this. And I would like to cut out the middleman, which is me. I would like to see you guys go to the city, and I would like to throw the school district in there too. Thank you guys for your time. It would be a benefit. Like, we would also be able to hold tournaments and everything else. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
I just am here also to represent the Mohawk pickleball community. My name's Ann Goodspeed. Could we have everyone here from the community stand up, please? We have over 80 people in our contact list who have participated or interested, who come through town and want to know when and where we're playing. Michael commented on most of the things that I wanted to touch on, but I also wanted to share with you that there is an epidemic of loneliness here in the world, and pickleball is changing that for people. When people come and have community and move and connect, we have parties together outside of when we're playing. It is a fantastic way. It's a family for most of us. It is a beautiful way to bring health and movement, and it is great for brain health. The coordination, racket sports are said to be the most powerful ways to keep our bodies healthy and our brains healthy. So we really want to be a big, huge advocate for whatever we can do to cheer on this being built for us, having some dedicated spaces, welcoming spaces, offer tournaments, bring more tourists in. We have lots of community people from out of town coming in, looking for us, and it's hard to find us. And luckily, when they do find us, they're like, whoa, this place needs, it's kind of embarrassing, actually, that we don't have a dedicated space. So we would love to just do whatever we can to be in support and and we realize there's a lot of things, a lot of money that needs to be considered, but this is, I think, for the health and wellness of Moab, to help us be stronger, this would be a great way to advocate for funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in the front row. Please remember to introduce yourself.
My name's Bruce Dissel. I've lived here for a long time. And not to be terse or succinct about it, but I'm surprised you guys would kind of blow a bunch of money on another out-of-town consultant. In my opinion, it's widely held that the timed entry in Arches, now correct me if I'm wrong, that's where you're considering putting the money, again, so if I don't have that right. In my opinion, it's widely held that the timed entry is working. Now, I understand it might go against people's libertarian ideals of public lands use, but we all know Arches is parking space limited. So you can let all the people in the world you want into Arches, but if they just have to drive around and can't even park, they're not going to have a good time and they're not going to feel good about Moab. So, you know, I won't go on and on about pickleball, but I think Moab's about recreation. And this is just another facet, forget the funny name and lump us in there with, you know, volleyball, baseball, basketball, and all the other cool stuff we do here in Moab. Thanks.
Thank you.
You won.
Hi, I'm Deb Clays and I am a pickleball player. I understand that you're debating the budget items today in the budget meeting scheduled for next week. We have been discussing pickleball courts for several years. Always it seems to be pushed to the back of the to-do list. I would encourage you to view these courts as something different than what has been discussed in the past. Some of our neighboring towns have been hosting pickleball tournaments. These tournaments are well attended by out-of-town guests. There is no reason that Moab could not better compete with these tournaments than our neighboring towns. Our climate is conducive to spring and fall tournaments. The clientele would have little or no impact on other events, national parks, trails, or other high tourist impact areas. They simply would use the grounds at the arena and contribute to our local hospitality economy. Please keep the courts on your budget. View them as not a cost, but a potential revenue generator. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Chad.
Yes, sir.
Think what you just see?
Yep.
Please do.
I'm Dave Clother. As you all know, the King Creek project has now become the preliminary municipality of Echo Canyon, which has changed the playing field entirely. I spent many hours reviewing SB 258, preliminary municipality code. I'm not sure what can be done to mitigate the detrimental impact of this project now that it's essentially out of the county's hands. But I still want to share with you all what's entirely possible and maybe ahead under SB 258. Since Echo Canyon is now a municipality, but not yet a town, there is no outside entity that will monitor the building process. No tracking the placement of the fill in the floodplain, no design reviews, no inspections, nothing. This responsibility is left to the developers themselves. They can also build to whatever master plan they choose, even if it's dramatically different than the one on which Echo Canyon was approved. The lieutenant governors responded to my questions on these subjects with, quote, I cannot find any explicit mention of any oversight or monitoring decisions related to Echo Canyon, either by the state or Grant County, end quote. As well as, quote, Part 5 of the Incorporation Code does not mention any other public body that will ensure Canyon adheres to the original development plan. SB 258
Also provides the removal of responsibility on the part of the initial landowner who submitted the application, both of which are corporations. One of these corporations has already been dissolved. The other may be dissolved in the near future, for all we know. When this happened, there will no longer be initial landowners to be held responsible. Also, Echo Canyon will almost certainly never transition to a town. This process can only begin when the number of residents reaches 100. But it's clear the majority of these homes will be second homes, whose owners have a permanent residence elsewhere and can't be considered residents of Echo Canyon. After 6 years, the lieutenant governor will dissolve Echo Canyon and return what's left to the county. In summary, the county will probably have very little say in what the Echo Canyon developers build and how they build it. And for the lieutenant governor's office, no other entity will either. Do we trust these developers to do the right thing? Do we trust that they will be responsible to the people of our county and to the county itself? Thank you.
Thank
Do each of you have this chart I had asked? About timed entry. I'm Mary O'Brien, from Castle Valley. The attribution of any local business impact at all to Arch's timed entry is absurd. In the April to October chart I've handed you, the data are from the database. All visitation numbers are normalized to the year 2019, which is pre-COVID. That is, the number of visitors is different for each national park, but the years before and after represent the percent difference in their visitation compared to 2019 by percent. As you can see, all of these 5 southwestern parks have similar visitation trajectories before and after 2019. They all dropped during COVID closures in 2020. They all experience a rebound in visitation in 2021 when people hit the roads to get outdoors. With the exception of Zion National Park, by 2024, they are all experiencing fewer visitors than the pre-COVID year. Only one of these parks, Arches, has timed entry, and it begins in 2022 and continues through today. Grand Canyon National Park has experienced a greater decline in visitation than Arches since 2019, though it does not have timed entry. Moreover, a 2022 USU study showed that a majority of Arches visitors prefer timed entry, and Arches workers prefer timed entry. On what basis can Arches National Park's post-COVID visitation trend, and therefore any amount of county economic trend, be attributed to timed entry when similar post-COVID trends are observed in similar parks that have no timed entry? I guess economists can be hired to look into anything, but for this commission to spend $63,000 of taxpayer money when you're already over budget for this implausible timed entry hypothesis seems particularly senseless and unaccountable to Grand County taxpayers. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Colleen Beaver and I am a pickleball player. And I just want to wrap this thing up. Everything that has been said has been well done. And in conjunction with trying to say what we do and what pickleball does for the community. But I have a few stats here. Well, first of all, in 2010 is when we brought pickleball here with the Moab Senior Games. And it was introduced to Moab. And from then it's just grown and grown and grown. We, in 2023, we not incorporated, but we have Friends of Moab Pickleball, which is a nonprofit. We have members, we have dues. So there's that. And in 2023, 36.5 million people played pickleball at least once, which is 14% of the adult population. A lot of people are into pickleball. In 2024, I can't read my writing. There was a 45% increase in pickleball play from 2023 to 2024. And the average age in pickleball is decreasing, with 25 to 34 age groups having the most players now. It's not just an old person's game. So anyway, we have, it's just like we're an afterthought. We were given property. We were told we were going to have property at the high school at one time. We got all excited and started raising money, and then they took that away. And then we were told we were going to have courts property out at Old City Park. And that was declined after we got our hopes up again. And so anyway, we're going with the flow. We would just love courts, and that would bring more people into Moab. So thank you. Thank you.
All right, please, Joan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keith Hill from Moab, and all of a sudden I feel a urge to try pickleball. I don't have any notes. I don't have any stats. I'll try to be brief. I'm here because I understand that there was a motion made to strip the Moab Chamber of its voting rights with the Moab Tourism Advisory Board. Professionally, I serve as the Director of Operations for a company that owns and operates about 10 tax-producing businesses here in town. And although I know some of the other voters on that board, I don't have the relationship that I do with the chamber. That's been fostered through monthly luncheons, series of workshops, and other community events. So from my perspective, it seems a little concerning and counterintuitive to take votership rights away from an organization that has such a broad reach and perspective of the businesses that generate that revenue. So I'd like that to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ronnie Schultz, and as of January 2025, I'm a current board of director for the Moab Area Chamber of Commerce. Moab Tourism Advisory Board bylaws need amended to comply with the changes required for HB 456 that takes effect July 2025. The city of Moab has been on this board not as a voting position. Moab Chamber has been on this board for 20 plus years as a voting position. I fully support the city of Moab should have a vote. Motion was made to replace the city of Moab with the Moab Chamber of Commerce. I watched the 2 recorded meetings. The end of the first recording was going to explain who and why, but internet and power was interrupted and the recording stopped. Within minutes of the second recording, a motion was made and immediately seconded. Then a very short discussion with an alternative motion, increasing the board to an 8-member board, was not seconded. Motion to remove the chamber as a voting member passed on a 5-2 vote. What concerns me is why wasn't this deliberated further? I feel the advisory board was not educated on the changes to HB 456 that take place effective July. Before the interruption of internet or power, I believe legal counsel was about to weigh in on these requirements, but this conversation was never picked back up. Tonight, maybe legal counsel could explain how the board is supposed to be diversified to meet these requirements. I would encourage the commission to review 17-31-8 within HB 456 and determine what it says specifically section 3I and II. Currently, 7 are voting members, 3 are non-voting members. 5 of the 7 are employers or an employee of the company they represent. The Moab Area Chamber of Commerce and Canyonlands Natural History Association are neither. Under 3II, it states at least 2 of the board's membership shall be employees of recreation facilities, convention facilities, museums, cultural attractions, or, and I believe or is a key word here, other tourism-related industries located within the county. Do these 2 board members who do not represent individual companies meet the requirements of the law? Could the board have explored the following 4 options to accommodate the city being in voting position? Number 1, replace Chambers vote, which is what happened. Number 2, replace Canyonlands Natural History Association's vote. Number 3, replace one of the 5 employees or employers vote. Or number 4, increase the board 9 members to represent our community's businesses and reinstate the chamber as a voting member. I ask the commission to support the Moab Area Chamber of Commerce as we are the voice for our community and should have a vote on how funds generated by our members via TRT taxes are spent. I thank the chair and commissioners.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cora, you're on your way up.
Hello, my name is Cora Phillips, and I serve as the Moab Chamber of Commerce Executive Director and have been in the position since March of this year. I attended the recent Moab Tourism Advisory Board meeting, during which the bylaws regarding board members were to be evaluated following the introduction of HB 456, effective July 2025. Given that businesses in the city limits generate more than 50% of the TRT funds, HB 456 states that the county shall include a board member to represent the city's interests. I'm not in disagreement here. I believe the city should have a vote on how the TRT funds are distributed. Up until this point, the city of Moab has served on the Moab Tourism Advisory Board as a liaison, but not a voting member. During the recent meeting, the voting position of the Chamber of Commerce was removed in a 5-2 vote to keep the 7-person board, giving the voting position of the chamber to the city. Other options are available to keep the vote of our collective business community on this board. HB 456 does not limit the number of board members to 7. A tourism tax advisory board may add additional members to the board. There was not a need to eliminate a voting position to give the city a vote on the board. The decision deserves more deliberation. Chamber members generate funds that the Travel Council is spending. The for-profit businesses that generate these funds should have a vote on how these funds are spent. Removing the chamber vote is removing the representation of our business community and leaving it in the hands of a very small group of business owners. I ask that you work with County Attorney Stephen Stocks to weigh all available options, to include keeping the chamber's voting position, giving the city a voting position in adherence to HB 456, and adding another board member as permitted by HB 456 to represent a recreation facility within the county, thus expanding the board to 9 members. Thank you.
Have anybody else? Teresa, please.
My name's Teresa King. I'm here to talk about the bylaws for the Moab Area Chamber or the Travel Council. I sat in that position as a chamber board member on the Travel Council, and I've also been a Travel Council board member many, many years ago. This position on the Travel Council board has been there for, I'm going to say, close to 40 years. It was well coveted and fought for and thought about for many years to have the chamber have a voice in the Travel Council's business. The way that this came about was rather interesting. The Travel Council board did not have written bylaws to review at their meeting.
that wasn't included in the packet, or else I would have gone to the travel board and had my opinion spoken then. Otherwise, I'm here. I think it's important. If the optics of this are not very good. I think that there's personalities at play here, and I hate to say that, but I believe that that is true. And I really think that it is important that the business community has a place. Of course, they can have a place without a vote, but as you all know, when you do votes, how important your vote is. And I believe that the Chamber of Commerce plays a very important role in giving their voice and opinions and discussions about these subjects. And I hope that you will consider another way to do this. These things did not have to be combined. It was a very simple thing to include the city and their vote having nothing to do with the chamber. That did not have to come up at the same time, and it just came up that way, and I think it's unfortunate. You can have 7 people, 8 people, 9 people, you can have them all vote, you know, even number, odd number. Some people go to meetings, some people don't. The number of people, I think, is pretty irrelevant. I think again, I will say it again, the optics on this to not have the business community have a vote is unfortunate, and I hope that you will reconsider that position.
Thank you. We have anyone else in the chamber? I don't see Quinn here. Is there anybody online, Mark?
Let's see.
I like having the pickleballers. We usually don't get applause.
I know, clapping.
Right?
Anybody online that would like to?
We don't ever get a feedback.
Yeah, we never get
The other commenters have been getting it.
I think we're so.
I think they were mad.
Well, no, I don't see anybody online.
Okay, all right, one last call. Anybody in the chamber outside the doors that want to speak, citizens be heard? Come on in. All right, thank you. We will move on then. And the next item,
Hi, my pickleballers.
presentation and update.
Sure you don't want to stick around for 7 or 8 hours?
From last night.
I have no idea.
I'm ready. We've been trying all afternoon.
Okay, Dana didn't make any headway on the phone. Okay.
You want me to be the nice guy or the mean guy? I got you.
Well, we were supposed to have an update on our external audit.
Is Steve? Oh, no, I didn't. I saw.
Looks like we are minus anyone from Larson, so we will move on. I know that they did present to the audit committee, but we do not have a representative from Larson's with us. So we can now go into our department reports. Next up will be Active Trails and Transportation, Madeline, and I just want to thank you for being patient and waiting until the timing was optimal for this. So thanks again for coming today.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna need about 30 seconds to set up here.
Okay.
So just give me a moment.
Fancy there.
Get set up here.
It's Mike getting up and fancy.
Yeah. I haven't seen that notebook before.
Okay.
Sorry, give me one more second. I'm gonna go forward without notes, so bear with me.
I know.
I think this is,
If you would prefer to have them, we could go to something else, Maddie, while you find that. It's totally up to you, or we can wait where,
I think this should be okay.
okay?
Okay. Let's go. My name's Maddie Lagowitz. I'm the director of the Grand County Active Transportation and Trails Department, known as GCAT. And this is my 2025 annual report. This is an overview of everything I'm hoping to squeeze into this presentation. Some things to know are that I haven't presented an annual report since last spring, so I did include a recap of 2024 as well as more recent things in 2025. And then also because there's some new commissioners, I did include like a little bit of context just about the programs and kind of how they've developed over the years. And also some of these slides have a lot of notes on them, and for the sake of time, I'm not going to read everything on them, but the information is there so that if you have questions, you can follow up with it. So to start with, our mission is to partner with local municipalities and land managers to develop and maintain non-motorized trail and active transportation systems. We also assist with visitor management and education. And so within the GCAT department, there's two programs. We have our Trails program, which includes a variety of projects, and then the field staff for that is the trail crew. And then we have the Responsible Recreation program, which includes a variety of different projects, and the boots on the ground for that are the trail ambassadors. So this department, it's really based on partnerships. So this is just a list of some of the land managers and different stakeholders that we've worked with to develop these programs. This is a kind of a lay of the land. One question I get asked frequently is why Grand County has a non-motorized trail crew and not a motorized trail crew. And so again, there's a lot of information here, but the short answer is basically just that there's very different histories to kind of how those different recreation groups have developed. And for the non-motorized side, Grand County has really been the one spearheading a lot of non-motorized trail development, and the county's involvement in that arena. This is the 25th year of that essentially. And all of the trails that Grand County has built is responsible for maintaining. So that's kind of how we've ended up with the trail crew. And then for the motorized side, it's been a little bit more complicated because there's a lot more players who are involved in the actual implementation of trail maintenance side. One thing to know is that whether it's Grand County or the BLM or a nonprofit, everyone's basically applying to the same state grants to fund that maintenance. And so it's kind of looking at it holistically, everyone's pulling from that same fund. There's also a timeline that explains the development because there is always some confusion about
what is trail mix and what is GCAT. So this provides a little bit of context. I won't go into it in depth, but basically some key dates to note are that in the year 2000, the Grand County Trail Mix Committee was established. In 2010, that's when Grand County partnered with an umbrella nonprofit to have a trail crew to start building trails. And then 2019 is when there was a restructuring. And so that's when those field staff became the GCAT department. This is an overview of the entire department budget, which is over $4 million. That purple is all for the Spanish Valley Drive pathway. It's a UDOT grant. And so that's the majority of the department budget. I've pulled it out here for clarity. So when you pull out that one big project fund, what you're left with is the green is different types of tax revenue. And then the blue is all different types of grants. And that orange is interest. We've also received a number of awards over the years. So this year we received a national award from the American Trails Association. They award just a handful of awards every 2 years. And so Grand County was recognized nationally, which is very cool. And then also earlier this year, the Division of Outdoor Recreation in Utah awarded specifically the Trail Ambassador program as a recognition. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Trails program, Responsible Rec program, and then some other projects we have this year. So looking back at 2024, our main projects last year were working on Pipe Dream, which was damaged by a flash flood, and then also going through an intensive maintenance project all along the Mag 7 trail system. This is a graph that just shows everywhere we worked. The blue is all staff hours and the orange is all volunteer hours, which we'll talk about more later. We use an app to have staff be able to mark maintenance areas on trails. So all of these black pins are areas, maintenance issues that we resolved in 2024. So it just gives you kind of a scope of where we're functioning. Here's some photos of our trail crew and volunteers. A lot of these are from the Pipe Dream volunteer days that we had. And then moving into 2025, this year, the trail crew has been focusing on the Horse Thief trail system, doing that intensive maintenance. So really doing a thorough run through and rebuilding rock ramps. And we've also been educating ourselves a lot about adaptive equipment and adaptive cycling. And so one of the focuses this year, we can see that's Tyson on that hand cycle, is going through especially Horse Thief and looking at areas that need to be widened because this equipment has a 36-inch wheelbase compared to a traditional upright bicycle, which has, you know, a narrower base. So this is an example of a project that's a bit more heavy-handed than maybe some of our maintenance, but there was reasons that this was the approach that was taken, and that's because it was a choke point for that equipment. It was steeply off camber, and you can't see it in the photo, but there's a cliff right there. So it's all, you know, site specific, but that was the reason that trail widening was the most appropriate for this spot. In addition to Horse Thief, we're constantly just bouncing around trying to keep up with system-wide upkeep. So these are just examples of other projects the crews worked on this spring. It includes trail delineation with paint. That's one of our breakaway bridges, breaks out in a flash flood. We put it back in place, and then signage. We have some upcoming maintenance projects. The crew currently has 2 weeks off, and then we start in the mountains in July and August. This season is fully funded by the Forest Service. We'll also be keeping our eye on Pipe Dream in case there's more flash flooding, and we'll try and be flexible and deal with that if it arises. And then this map just shows our upcoming to-do list. These are all of our points that we have not resolved yet, that are ordered by priority. There's 3 upcoming construction projects. I'm going to move through these really quickly, even though I love to talk about them just for the sake of time, but you can ask me follow-up questions. Some things to note are that we are very lucky in Grand County. We have an in-house trail designer, which is extremely costly to contract out. So we get the luxury of having someone spend all of their time in our area planning and designing these trails. The BLM also donates the NEPA, which is tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. And then finally, all these projects are grant funded. So the first one that I'll just mention briefly is the Falcon Climb Trail. This is in Sand Flats Recreation Area. It'll link to the Falcon Flow Trail and create about a 9-mile loop. The Brands area, otherwise known as Bar M, is our most popular mountain bike area. It's kind of the closest to that northern end of town. And we've identified 10 different sections that improve the connectivity and flow, and they also kind of add to the true beginner, true advanced trails. We'll be phasing these in over the next 2 years, but we do have a grant for it. And then finally, this is our our biggest and most complicated project is the Mud Springs Trail System, which is actually located in San Juan County. So it's a partnership with Grand County, San Juan County, and the BLM, and then it's funded by the state. And this area we're going to be breaking ground on in August, which is very exciting. And it will be about 11 miles of trail for phase 1 that we're going to do our darndest to get done this season, but we have only a 3-month build window that's very firm. So we have to cut off construction on November 14th. And this area will be open to non-motorized activities, including mountain biking, and then also open to Class 1 e-bikes. And there's a NICA course in there as well for the school races. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next program. I might grab some water because I'm trying to talk really fast. So for the responsible recreation program, I wanted to put in a little bit of context into this. Basically, looking at the last decade of visitation or trail use in this area, there's been kind of a steady incline, and then during COVID, things dropped down. We've got a crazy spike, and so with this kind of gradual increase in visitation, that does come with some challenges on the trails. So the first challenge I want to talk about is just we have one of the most active search and rescue teams in Utah. And a lot of the incidents that they're responding to are not avoidable, but there are a portion of them that are related to heat or dehydration that are preventable. And then also for every person who really reaches that critical threshold and they're calling 911 for help, there's other people out there who are not calling 911, but they're maybe having like a bad time on the trail, right? Like they're dehydrated, they may get back to the car, but their experience of Moab is maybe not what we want it to be. The next thing is thinking about damage to our resources, so natural and cultural resources. So some challenges we can see when there's more people using the spaces are trail damage. So that can include trail widening, trail braiding, off-trail travel, which can then also lead risk access when we have illegal off-trail travel occurring. There's issues with trash and waste on the trails, which can include human waste as well. And then also vandalism to cultural sites. And so the photos I have on here, I have 2 photos of the those archaeological sites with damage, and then the Pack Creek fire in the background. The Pack Creek fire was caused by an unattended campfire, so also related to camping and recreation. And those 2 events, they were really, they're in the news cycle. They were highly publicized, and those were both in 2021, which is the year that the Trail Ambassador program was founded. And so, part of the goals of the program are to help manage these issues. And then finally, the last category of, I'd say, challenges is that when you have more people using these recreation areas, especially if they're doing different activities or have different desires in that area, it's more likely to lead to user conflict. So these are just a photo of Delicate Arch that shows, what Delicate Arch looks like these days with a number of people sharing that space, and then news articles that are related to user conflict or negative press related to overcrowding on trails. So as I mentioned, in 2021, Grand County established the Trail Ambassador program, and it has 3 goals that are all related to those issues that I talked about. So the first one is related to visitor safety and experience. And so making sure that people have the information, the maps, and the water that they need to go safely explore the trails and have a positive experience. That also ties into activities that the Trail Ambassadors provide, especially to families, to enhance experiences when folks are out there. The second is that resource protection aspect. So just educating people about how to, protect what they've come to enjoy. So staying on trail, resisting the urge to scratch on the rocks, things like that. And then the third one, which is the most nuanced, is relating to that visitor or that user conflict issue. And so just talking to people about things that aren't necessarily regulations, but more of just like etiquette or considerations. So in our area, some examples of like hot topics that people might talk to visitors about are dogs, if they can expect to see dogs off leash on the trail, drone use, and noise. This is a breakout of just the budget, so which has a lot of discussion lately. So the blue is the film rec TRT, both the TRT and then the fund balance from that same item. And then we have 2 different grants involved in the program. And then this is a timeline that shows development. And so there's been sort of tweaking every year. And then one thing to note is that we did actually have a very small pilot program in 2018 and 19 that was a result from when we were out on the trail with the trail crew doing maintenance. We realized that a lot of the maintenance we were doing was user created damage that seemed avoidable. These are the areas that the trail ambassadors operate. And then this is one of those slides where I'm not going to read every single thing, but some key points to take away are that in 2023, Utah State University did an assessment of the program, and one of their takeaways was that it does enhance visitor experience. And then for 2024, I have a graph here that I can break down in more detail if you have questions, but basically, we've tried to increase our impact and our reach every year. So that graph has been trending up. And we have contacted people from, I think it says 48 states on here. That's now 49 states. So North Dakota is the only one missing. And then they've talked to people from all over the world as well. I was looking back at 2024. 2025, some highlights are the award that I mentioned previously. We've tweaked the OHV ambassador scope of work to include a bit more trail maintenance because that was a desire that was expressed by the MTC, the Motorized Trail Committee. And then we've also responded to some requests from the commission, proactively reaching out to organizations that are coming here and providing them with trip planning information. And one trend we've been seeing this year is that folks who have talked to trail ambassadors previously are incorporating that into their trip. So they're coming out to see ambassadors and get our new sticker for the year. So we're updating our sticker every year to make them a bit of a collectible item. These are some photos of the trail ambassadors, the non-motorized and the motorized program. And also, this is an all trails review that includes the ambassadors. So we're starting to see reviews of the ambassadors pop up online. These are some photos from the Motorized Trail Committee Workday. So this is led by MTC, but you can see Helton was out there helping them. And one thing I'll note is that our full-time and part-time OHV ambassador positions are funded by a grant, and that grant cycle is open right now. The deadline is July 31st. And so either July 1st or 15th, I'll be coming to the commission looking to renew that funding with a new application for 2026 and 2027. One subset of the Trail Ambassador program I want to talk about is our Healthy Trails Initiative. For better or for worse, we've become a bit famous for having people in poop costumes dancing on the internet. And so I think a reasonable person would ask why. And the reason for that is that, even though it seems kind of frivolous on its face, human waste in recreation areas is a serious concern because of public health. There's a lot of pathogens in human waste. And if those areas, if certain areas have an issue with it, they can be closed to use. And then also it has a negative impact on both residents and visitors who are visiting these spaces. So they're coming for an experience in nature. And if they encounter human waste, that degrades everyone's experience. So the way we've found that's best to approach the public about this issue is humor, and people are receptive. They like the poop suit. So we have the dancing poop costume on the face, but then behind that, there are certain metrics that we look at to see if we're succeeding in that goal of raising public awareness about this issue. So some of the metrics we can look at are the number of WAG bags sold by local businesses. The more people know about WAG bags, the more they're buying. The number of Poop of the Plan posters that we have in businesses. I believe we currently have 63 local businesses with posters in their businesses. The number of conversations we're having with folks on the trail. And then we can also actually look at the weight of human waste collected by the Solid Waste Special Service District. So in 2023, it was about 8.5 tons of human waste. Last year, I just got the numbers from them. They said it was about 17 tons of human waste collected. So that amount is double the year before. And I looked it up. It's the equivalent weight to a school bus full of children. So carry that visual with you. And then we can also look at discovermoab.com has a poop page, and we can look at how many people have viewed that. And that can be an indicator too of how much the word is getting out. And then finally, one trend we're seeing that is really positive is that events are starting to become more aware of this issue. So Jeep Safari actually requested their own wag bag receptacle this year. Some other projects. So in 2024, we finished the Desert is Different video series with Crux. This aligns with the Forever Mighty campaign by the Utah Office of Tourism. And it's currently being used kind of at a small scale. It needs a promotion plan. So pending. And then 2025, working on the Back of Beyond podcast, which came to commission a few weeks ago, and that's nearing completion. So these are projects that we're working on collaboratively with the Office of Tourism. Finally, social media outreach is another portion of the Responsible Rec program. So we make posts about trail conditions, trail tips, etiquette, waste, all of those things. So some key numbers to look at are post views are over 500,000 for 2024. And then the number of individual accounts reached is close to 500,000. So that's individual people who have seen our MOAB stuff going out. Okay, switching tax. So that was our two main programs. Another big thing we're working on this year is the non-motorized trail master plan update. Our existing plan was last updated in 2011. It's supposed to be updated every 5 years. So due for an update, we got a grant for $90,000 from UDOT, and we got $30,000 from the city of Moab to do this plan. And the previous plan was primarily recreation trails. And so what's different this time around is we're expanding that scope to include an active transportation system component, and that includes the city of Moab. This is a snapshot of the current plan that we have. So there's a ton of information in here. One thing that we're excited to do now that technology has evolved a lot since 2011 is to have a more interactive map and just sort of modernize it. These are some examples of different plans that we're using for inspiration. Here's a timeline. So we are squarely in stakeholder interviews, and then we are finalizing our online survey that will go out to the public. So this will be pushed out broadly. Okay, last section, community events and outreach. So to start with, we have a variety of different ways we interact with businesses and have business partnerships. So like I mentioned, we have signage. So we have that Hoop of the Plan, but we also have other types of signage we provide to businesses when they request it from us. And so we have, I believe it's over 350 different sort of signs and posters out at 63 businesses. Some of those are large, so it's a hotel, they might have them in every room. This Plan for Your Moab Adventure is one that we hand out as well, in addition to the Poop one. This is professionally designed, it's all vetted by partners, which is a bit of a process. We also do communication trainings. We had 7 last year, or we're scheduling those for the fall, and those have a really good response rating. People have recommended them to their peers. And then we also assist with the Guide Summit. So for folks who haven't participated in this, this is a voluntary training for guides. It's well attended. This last year, there was 15 different agencies, federal and state agencies involved in it, and over 115 participants. And so we help organize that and participate in it. These are survey results, so it is appreciated by the business community. And then finally, our volunteer program. So Grand County is responsible for maintaining over 170 miles of trail. We have 6 field staff. So the way we make that work is that we rely heavily on volunteers to help us with that mission. And we have a few different types of volunteer programs. We have our monthly Trail Work Days, Trail Work Wednesdays. We have an Adopt a Trail program. We have a volunteer trail ambassador program. And then we also have relationships with schools and churches. So they contact us ahead of time and we'll get their group scheduled on the calendar. And then we also have events. So the Spring Spruce event is our biggest event that we have annually. This is our 3rd time doing it. We had 11 organizations and different projects. And I believe it was 75 of it was donated, of the expense of the event was donated by local businesses, and then 25% was funded by the city. This is a list of all the different projects. So for this event, it's the focus is basically just work on public lands. And so we have hiking, equestrian, mountain biking, motorized, climbing, all types of projects. And then we also had the Von BLM land, Utah Open Lands, Utah Raptor State Park hosted several projects, and the city as well. My last slide, I wanted to end on this one. So because volunteers are such a major part of how we kind of keep these trails up and running, we have an end of year volunteer event. It's an appreciation event. And 33 different businesses last year donated over $7,000 to the event to make it happen, which we very much appreciate. And this is just a time to have all our volunteers and partners come. Appreciate them, and I want to extend an invitation to all of you for this year to join us. Okay, any questions?
Anybody? That was a lot.
It was a lot.
Assuming.
And you moved along quite quickly. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Maddie.
Sure. Actually, I can add one thing to the volunteers portion of it, which is that volunteers help with the on the ground work. And then another piece of that is that in the eyes of the grants, their hour is also worth about $33 per hour. And so when volunteers come out and help us, they help us with the work on the ground, but also we're able to show that that's our community investment and use that as part of our match for grants. So we can get money from the state to fund our staff who manage the volunteers who help fund that.
Okay, one quick question. Why is the deadline the November 14th for the Mud Springs Trail System for building it up?
Yeah, so that whole project, phase one has gone through the NEPA process. And during that process, they identified that there was several different wildlife considerations. So in the spring, there's migratory bird nesting habitat. And then in the winter, there's elk and mule deer migration. And so those dates are based on when those migrations will happen. And then it just so happens that they kind of all link up to each other. So we have basically August 1st through November 14th each year. That's our only build window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would seem a little odd that you have to stop construction, but we allow mountain bikers out there after we've got the trails built.
It will actually be closed in the winter as well.
It would be closed or?
Yeah, and there's two reasons for that. There's wildlife. Also, Mud Springs is true to it's very muddy out there. So it's actually, yeah, it's a good thing for it to be closed because folks riding out there are gonna end up with a lot of play on their bikes. So.
And what's the date in the spring where mountain bikers and
I'll have to check. So yeah, so there's a few different winter issues out there.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Move on then. We will start with commission member disclosures. If anybody has anything, Mike.
My wife works for the sheriff department.
All right, standard.
My standard, my son works for Santa Funds.
All right, thank you. And then we will move into our commission reports, and Trish, I will let you start us off.
Okay, I will try to go very fast. On the 9th, we had a planning commission meeting. We're going to be talking about that. We specifically talked about HDHO, so I won't go into that. I did talk to Stephen after that meeting because I felt like there was some kind of OPMA issues, and I hope you're going to speak about that just for a few minutes. That'd be great. On the 10th, I had a conservation district meeting, a couple quick things, NRCS in Monticello. They were concerned about their lease that was being rescinded by the Trump administration. That has been, they are still going to stay in that building. So that's great. They have lost 35 people statewide and they've lost their IRA funding. Jointed goat grass is becoming an issue specifically in the county right away. I did actually end up emailing Izzy and Bill Jackson about that. So just kind of let them know. They have begun spraying grasshoppers specifically on South Mesa and Fisher Valley. They're quite bad. The watershed coordinator, Arnie's position, that position has closed and there's some really good applicants. So we're looking forward to getting somebody into that position. And then hauling water for livestock has begun due to extensive drought conditions on the ground. On the tenth, I had a cemetery board meeting. There were 5 burials in May. This was kind of an interesting thing. They exhumed the body of Robbie Peary, who was found in Arches National Park in 1983 as a missing persons. And so that person had eventually been identified, and they had moved his body back to his family grave in Provo. So that's kind of an interesting aside. On the 12th, CCP in Price, that's always a huge meeting. There's so much. I tried to kind of distill it down. UDOT, as you guys know, the trail gap is in design on the Colorado River. They completed the high visibility painting and reduced speed limit signs here in the valley. Colorado River Authority, Mark Stilson talked about, they are now getting very close to their negotiations. They're hoping that that will be done by June, and they're looking at the natural flow regime on the Colorado River instead of just some arbitrary number. So that's great. The Division of Outdoor Rec was there, and he did say that ORI funds are underutilized. He mentioned that they do have a trail crew down here, and they've been working in Grand Staff Canyon. The National Park Service was there, and they did mention that timed entry, they're having less issues with turnarounds. About in April, about 3% less issues with turnarounds, people that did not have reservations. They also mentioned from July 7th to August 27th, they have that pause on timed entry. The Needles District got a solar system, which is awesome, to replace that's always been run by diesel powered generators. So pretty amazing. Let's see, the BLM stated that there was gas and oil wells being drilled near Cisco, and there's an uptick in uranium exploration in both Yellow Cat and Black Cat. The state fire and state lands, or sorry, forest fire and state lands, they're doing mitigation up around the Willow Basin area, and the fire season has begun, which you guys can probably tell. There's been some fires down around Blanding. Utah Raptor, we know that it's open. They're hoping to get some new mountain bike systems in place and a trail up to the dinosaur quarry. And then I did have a meeting just yesterday with UDAF, Department of Ag, again, talking about conservation easements, and we hope to get a workshop put together soon. And then lastly, I just kind of want to make a statement. I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the friends and family of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband that were assassinated in their home on Saturday. Hortman and her husband leave behind 2 children. I want to praise the outpouring of empathy extended by both Republicans and Democrats alike. That being said, I also want to highlight the disgrace that I felt by our own Senator Mike Lee, who made a mockery of this vile act. Our representatives should exude grace and empathy. I am saddened by his behavior.
Doc. Busy couple of weeks. Right after the last meeting, I attended an audit committee meeting along with Bill and Brian. We talked about the external audit request for proposal. And we also talked about the need for our component units. Those are the smaller kind of SSDs that are sprinkled around the county that need to come forward with all of their particular audits so that the county can complete its audit and submit it on time. The submittal date for our county is on June 30th. So we talked about ways to get some of those component units in line and to enable them to get their submissions in on time. We also scheduled another meeting in light of that, especially in light of the external audit RFP for June 13th. So I'll just skip down to that one too. So we had another one last Friday. We met with external auditor John Hatterley from Larson was at that meeting. Again, we talked about ways to get component units to submit on time. That's kind of the holdup right now, because it is crucial that we get our audit in a timely manner. Another thing that John Hatterley brought up was that he said the state auditor had reached out to him and that they asked Larson as our external auditor to look into our TRT compliance or aspects of it. And they had just tasked him with that the day before, so he was processing that, and he said that was kind of a unique ask, and he came across as being uncomfortable with that. It sounded like he thought that went beyond the external auditor's scope of work, in that it makes them interpret law, whereas the auditors, as he put it, just deal in black and white. So that's something that came out of that meeting. And let's see, I'll go back then on and I invite Bill and Brian can flesh that out a little bit too. I'm sure they have other takeaways from those two meetings. June 9th, had another meeting with the audit committee, just kind of informal one. Stephen already talked about kind of better ways to get through our just looking back at it in light of the new law and in light of the new audit findings, the TRT, and how we can make that a little bit easier for the county and everybody, how we can expedite the process and hopefully come into compliance and work through things. I think that meeting went pretty well, and one of that meeting, I think, is agenda item 16, which is establishing a metric for some of that past iteration of the law TRT money. Let's see, on June 10th, had a trail mix meeting. That was a great meeting. Also, Bill and Stephen were in attendance at that. We had a discussion of OPMA as it pertains to those committees. Trail mix is a bit of a unique committee in that they have regular citizens who have attendance requirements, and then they can be voted on to be members of that committee. So we talked about some of the challenges of that and how we might just make it a little bit more just come, as Steve would say, best practices, and make sure that everything is presented to the public in an optimal way. We talked about potentially using an owl at those meetings, and definitely getting recordings of the meetings. We had a good recording of that one, and posting it to the state site, etc. We also talked about some of the Mud Spring stuff that Maddie just filled us on. And again, it's due to start August 1st. Hopefully we'll get the entire phase 1 complete, and then we should have a mega course, which I'm extremely excited about. And if we could have a race here in the Valley next year, that would be great for everybody. Business and the bike teams here, and all the high school programs as well. Also had an update on the non-motorized trail master plan. As Maddie alluded to, there's going to be stakeholder meetings coming up here really quickly. The first one is in 2 days. It's on Thursday, the 19th at 2 p.m. at the Mark. So if you want to go talk to them about the non-motorized trail master plan, then you can show up for that. There's also a new piece of single track that Maddie didn't mention, open at the Brands Trails, which is always exciting. It's not that long, but it's a connector from the Copper Ridge Road to the Lazy Trail. Let's see, on the 11th, along with Melody and Bill, we hosted Steve Waldrop, who is the governor's head housing representative, or affordable housing representative. Steve Waldrop's awesome. If anyone is familiar with him, he was a former representative. He knows his stuff inside and out. He asks great questions. Bill put together a really nice itinerary to take him on. We went to USU and talked about some of the projects that are going on there for potentially housing for students. Then attended a future light tech project, just basically due east of the campus over off of I guess it's Mill Creek, right? And that looks like a great project. It's going to be multi-family housing to the tune of was it 420 units, I think,
something like that,
in a couple of phases. So not immediately, but it looks like they're going to be breaking ground here in a couple of months. And I was really excited about that. It is in the city, but it really honestly hadn't been on my radar. So I think that's something that we haven't talked about a lot, but it is going to be some good housing that's going to be becoming available for folks in the county soon. We attended a future light tech project over at the old Assembly of God Church, and then had a nice HTHO discussion with Steve also. And I just want to commend him for coming down and talking to us, and just all the respect in the world. He does a great job. And thanks for putting that together, Bill, also. TSSD that same night, set up a workshop. We need to go over bylaws and rules. There's going to be a workshop for that on Monday. So they've asked WISA to get involved a little bit. Some representatives from WISA came out and recommended that they add dye to some of their current water drops in their spring to see if it comes through to the spring site that they're discussing developing, to see if that's actually new water or quote old water. They thought that would be the first step in helping develop that old spring site. Also with WISA talked about priorities that they need to get on with, and the number one priority is to get Ryan Bell, who's the water operator out in Thompson, some help. He's just been getting behind. He's also a water operator for the city of Moab, so he kind of does the Thompson stuff when he's not working here, and he's been very busy. Also, there's a lot of basic maintenance that's needed around the facility over at DSSD, so we talked about using a little bit of money to just hire out some small jobs like weeding and basic maintenance in those areas. And also TSSD did that day submit their audit component to Grant County. So that's one more step. Let's see, also attended a responsible rec committee meeting on Friday. Just they went over some of the trail ambassador stuff. They're shifting focus and cutting down the program for the summer. It's hot. They're shifting focus to Mill Creek at the hikers there. And then for the mountain biking up at Porcupine Campground, a lot of people ride the Whole Enchilada Trail in the summertime, and it's hot, and you get a lot of people coming through there. And that's kind of the last spot where people can bail off the Whole Enchilada before they go down Porcupine Rim, which is long and hot. It usually takes people 3 or 4 hours to get down to the river. So it's nice to have people stationed there with water and advice. Also, as Maddie said, the OHVR grant committee visited to look at the motorized ambassador program, and we should be looking at a grant here in the next couple of weeks. Also looked at shifting some of the kind of the motorized part of the program to include some trail project component to that, which I think would be pretty cool. And let's see, that was about it there. I talked about the Spring Spruce Up, which was a great success. Most volunteers ever this year, most projects, and I think everybody's seen the results from town. And let's see, that's it for my reports.
Just real quick for the public too, I know you mentioned using an owl, for those that don't know what an owl is.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, right. Thanks, Bill.
It's actually a video and recording mechanism that can be used for our meetings, so as much as we'd like to have an actual owl for their wisdom, this is a technical device.
Yes, not an actual owl.
Mike, go ahead.
I attended Grand County Transportation Special Service District meeting. The owl did come up in my meeting also. They'd like to have their meetings recorded and publicized, just in written form, but in video form. They accepted a bid proposal from LeGrand Johnson at repaving and fixing the shoulders from the Spanish Valley Drive four-way stop, just down from the Spanish Trail Shale, out to the county line. We will be redoing. LeGrand Johnson, our local business, will be redoing that paving to the tune of, give or take, $731,000. The competing bid was almost double that, just because LeGrand is a local company, is the reason why the bids were so far apart there. You'll be all receiving an email here for me shortly. I'm unable to attend the Recreation Special Service District meeting tomorrow night. I will be captaining on the river, but it is an important meeting to attend, seeing that it will go into our budgeting meeting on Monday, our special board meeting. So if anyone, you'll see an email here in a little bit. If anyone could attend that, it's just to catch up dates and then take that into the budgeting meeting for me. Other than that, for future consideration, I wish I could have said it earlier with the clapping and everything, but I'd like to resurrect the acceptance of the grant and the RFPs. I'd like to look at that proposal after our budgeting meeting on the 23rd for the pickleball courts So I'd like to bring that back up, coming in for next commission meeting past the budgeting meeting. But other than that, that's about it.
Very good. Mary?
I guess, I was in Salt Lake helping my daughter last week, and I was in Durango this week, so I don't have much to report on. I would love to attend the meeting for you, but tomorrow's my solid waste, so I won't be able to. But I do have a future consideration. I think it'd be great if we had the Housing Task Force come in and do a presentation on their dashboard. It's pretty amazing, and I think it'd be really good if we understood how it worked and what is offered on it. So that's a future consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez, would you like to join us?
Yeah, I'd love to join you guys. Hello. I'll try to keep it quick. Let's see, on the 17th, I was also there at that, I'm sorry, on the 4th. Yeah, the 4th, I was there on the audit committee review, audit committee. And let's see, we reviewed the internal audit report. And then there was a discussion on the airport funds that have been mixed up with the general fund projects. And then there was also suggested direction for the internal auditor to look into the GCAT, airport, and TRT funds. And then I think Jock talked about the RFP for the external auditor is ready, but has not gone out to bid yet. On the 10th, I attended a meeting with Amy Haas, who is the executive director of the Colorado River Authority of Utah. And so she was talking that the informal deadline has passed on the interim interstate negotiations for consensus framework. And that's the agreement that deals with the Lake Powell and Lake Mead operations, which expires in 2026. Neither the upper or lower basins have completely bought into any of the alternatives right yet. But they are, like Trish had mentioned, developing a new kind of little creative idea that's going to be based around natural flow for their base operations. And that's kind of where the flow will be based on the average flows of the river. And they'll also have a minimum and a maximum on that. It's kind of funny, but I've read a little bit. People are kind of thinking of it as a little bit like a divorce between the upper and the lower basin states, with Glen Canyon as the connector right there. Second, let me keep going here. The neat thing about it is it's going to spread the burden of the hydrology between the upper and the lower basin states. And right now they're modeling it, the average flow on a 3-year period. The minimums on that's going to be 4.7 million acre feet, and that's to not affect the infrastructure. And then the maximum on that's going to be 12 million acre feet, not to cause any kind of spillover. The problem that they're having right now is the percentage of the natural flow from Lake Powell. The upper basin is looking at a number about 55%, and the lower basin wants to see 75% coming on down there. And then the other thing that she also mentioned is that it doesn't really matter. It might not matter exactly what comes out of the Bureau, out of the negotiations, because the Bureau of Rec might not accept this type of a deal just kind of as is. And then after this is all kind of put in, if they do go to this natural flow, it'll kind of be up to the upper basin states, right, to all buy into the conservation needs. So either which way, we're still going to be having, conservation to be looking after. The last thing that she updated us on was the forecast for the Lake Powell inflow, and that came in at 54% right now. Also, that averages out to be about 5.1 million acre feet. So that is pretty concerning. That same day, I went to the Moab Tourism Advisory Board, and there was quite a lot that happened inside of that meeting. We'll be discussing the bylaw rewrite a little bit later, so I won't go into that. But there's a new website that is live, and the project was completed on time with a lot of hard work. So congratulations to the team for getting that taken care of. They asked that businesses go and look at their listings, and then email any problems that they have to M Soleta. That's MSOLETA at discovermoab.com if they need to update their listings. We also approved the TRT application process for their 2026 recommendation letter. That should be pretty neat and be able to kind of just help help figure out, how they think that the TRT mitigation and the TRT promotion funds should be spent. We got an update from Madden, who's the new marketing agency, and they're working fast to get ads in market right now. And then we also discussed the metrics for the 6% target growth right there. And they kind of came up with the restaurant tax, the city resort tax, and the rural hospital tax. And then they'll do it end of the year with the Kelsey Gardner report when those numbers come out. On the 11th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce meeting. And right now they're working on a business survey, seeing if there's any interest in businesses being involved or open for the weekend of the Electric Light Parade. They're looking to try to make it a weekend event to boost visitation and activities for residents. They also had some interest to see if the county would be willing to put some lights up over the bridge that crosses the Colorado River right there. They just had their golf tournament. They raised $15,000. $3,000 of that is going to be going to a scholarship. Let's see. Also on the 11th, I attended the water conservation workshop with GWISA. Let's see, there's going to be one of the things that came out of that meeting is they requested that the county adopt a landscape ordinance that'll allow residents to claim the $2 per square foot for replacing grass with water efficient landscaping. So myself, Commissioner McCandless, and Stephen Stocks have started that process, and we're going to try to start getting that moving along. The 2025 conservation plan will be discussed at this week's GWISA meeting as well. On the 12th, I attended the Motorized Trail Committee, and we had a presentation from Maddie there about the the OHRV grants, Motorized Trail Ambassador Program. They're also going to have a rake and ride on the 28th of this month at Lackey Basin up in the LaSalle's. And then there was a thing that the draft EA for e-bikes is looking to be out at the end of June. And let's see here. And then also on the 27th of September for Public Lands Day, they're looking at projects for Cliffhanger or the Lost World Trail right now. On the 13th, I was at the audit committee. The component units that we're still waiting on is the solid waste, EMS, the recreation district, and the Moab Valley Fire. Let's see here. We kind of talked about a possibility of Grand County maybe assisting with the percentage of the audits of the component units to try to get them to use the same auditor as Grand County. Maybe that would kind of help incentivize them to get everything in on time. We also set a meeting to discuss the deadlines with the component units to encourage more timely delivery and financials. I think that's been set. And then John Hatterley, like Jock had said, noted a conversation with the state auditor asking him to test our TRT to ensure compliance. John also noted on that the state auditor's office is aware that component units are due, but suggested that we take care of trail ambassador issues as soon as possible so the financials are correct. I think that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. All right, Melody.
All right, so felt really, really busy, but most people talked about a lot of the things I was at, or I watched the meetings, but Monday, the 9th, went to the Council on Aging. Raven from the Alzheimer's Association spoke about services that they offer, and they're committed to helping here, especially helping for dementia caregivers. So if you go to our Grand County Care Grand Center Facebook page, they try to post when she's coming down, and I think that's on a monthly basis. Did go with on the housing tour with Steve Waldrop. That was great times. I know Jacques covered most of the things we talked about. Thursday the 12th, we had a Sand Flat stewardship meeting. As of end of May 2025, it's down 2.5% compared to 2024. They did mention the update on the e-bike environmental access public comment that would be hopefully available by June 30th. Let more comments be made on that. They are going to be having the star parties again this year, and so there'll be additional information coming out on star parties. And they also have a really cool event that's going to be going on up there. It's going to be a walk along theater project. I think the city helped fund that, but it looked really neat. So I know there's flyers around town about that. That's coming up later this fall. And then I also went to the Canyons Healthcare Special Service District. We reviewed the audit, we got our financials in, and also approved the CIB application for the master plan for the feasibility study for the continuation of the MAPS area over there by the hospital.
Very good, thank you. I attended a Zoom call with UAC. There's a couple of items that were discussed, property tax and centrally assessed. I think we're wearing out the centrally assessed issue and not seeming to get anywhere with it, but it looks like they're gonna try and tackle that again in this next year's legislative session. So that's what came out of that one. And I was in many of the same meetings that both Jacques and Brian and Melody at different points. I was in a CIB meeting. Got a little bit emotional when Nagi Zanati gave his goodbye, as he is leaving that board after 12 years, I believe, but was quite interesting to hear his history and his immigration to this country from, I believe, Pakistan. So it's quite interesting there. Although we approved quite a few different projects around the state at the CIB meeting, which was held over in Cedar City. And then one of them that I abstained on the vote was the approval of an emergency loan for Grand County for a new airport fire engine. And that will allow us to get a new engine on order, which takes almost 2 years to complete that process. And eventually the FAA will possibly refund that in the future and we can pay the CIB loan back. So that loan was for 1.4 million and change with a 1% interest fee on it, which was quite good. And I'm very appreciative that my peers voted to move that forward for Grand County, as I abstained just for all there. I was also on the Steve Waldrop trip, which was very good to hear what USU has planned for future housing up there as well. And then they're working with a developer on that currently, and then the 2 LIHTC programs as well was, I'm excited to see some of that come on board. I was in the audit committee meetings that have been fairly well represented by both Jacques and Brian as well. And I think for me, that's it as well. So I'll move on to the elected officials reports. Stephen, if you'd like to.
Sure. Was invited to a couple meetings, as commissioners know, and maybe the public, just for all your guys' excitement and fun. If you invite me to a meeting, I will do my best to come to the meeting. Commissioner had the request I attend the Trail Mix meeting. We talked about OPMA, answered some questions about what the goals are for OPMA and what it is that we're talking about. That leads me to another critical point. Whenever we're looking at Open Public Meetings Act, it's really important for individuals to be engaged in the meeting. The reason why we have open public meetings is that the community can see an open deliberation and discussion. That's hard because we all have lives and we all have other obligations. But when folks are up on the dais, we want to make sure we're in their meetings. They're not texting during the meetings or emailing. Because the perception could be is that you're getting some information or some help on the conversation, even though it might be somebody asking, are you coming home before 10 o'clock tonight? Which the answer is no. And make sure that you're focusing on those things, because that's the idea of governance. That's the idea of having these open and public meetings. So just a reminder on that as we go through this process and try to do it. Boards at times will kind of falter or kind of need training on a particular item. Sometimes it's quorum, sometimes it's attendance, sometimes it's voting when the meeting hasn't been noticed upright and so we have to redo the meeting. Those things happen. If you're ever confused, if commissioners would like me to attend a board to kind of sit down and talk with them. Some boards, I've had the opportunity to attend the library board and some of the other unique boards. I don't have the council on aging. I haven't gone to that meeting yet, but if you folks would like me to go to boards, let me know. Same for chairs or other folks on commissions or committees or study groups or advisory boards, happy to do that. Similar to that, I attended the MTAP meeting. We'll be talking a lot more about that, so I'll skip that part. I I want to say also, and I'll echo the concerns that Commissioner Hadeen had. There was a shooting this weekend. There was somebody that went out and specifically targeted elected officials. 2 people were killed and 2 people were severely injured. There were other people that were on the list. He tried to go to a U.S. attorney's house and tried to go to somebody else's house. It is terrifying when elected officials are targeted. Elected officials should be able to speak their piece, and we should always play the idea, not the man. And that's really important. And I know politics have gone and everywhere from nationally to locally to everything in between, gotten a lot more focused on the individual. We need to play the topic, not the man. And I vehemently oppose any violence whatsoever. I'm excited to say there was a protest this weekend. People did it peacefully. That's what the game is. That's how it's set up. You are protected and having free speech if you do it in a safe and nonviolent way. And it is exceptionally concerning when people are being killed and tracked to their house. I, as a prosecutor, as an elected, those things need to be downcried. They're not downcried. They need to be highlighted. They need to be made an example of. And so I wanted to state that. I think that's something the community and nationwide public, wherever, that is not something that should stand. That is not something that should be accepted. So just wanted to make that note, and that's everything I have. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have Kaufman? Mr. Kaufman, please.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Chris Kaufman, Grand County Treasurer. I'm here to present on the 2024 collections, investments, and other updates. I do see you have a very full agenda, so I will try to keep it fairly brief. I do want to apologize. I had planned to be in person at this meeting today, but I was called up to a meeting at the Capitol this morning where UAC staff and other county elected officials met with the bill sponsor from a piece of legislation last year, which I will talk about later in my presentation. So I apologize for that. But moving on, one of my main jobs in the Treasurer's office is to collect property taxes. And one of the important statistics that I calculate every year for the State Tax Commission is our collection rate. And a lot of you have heard me talk about this year after year, but some of you are new, so I'll just cover it briefly. It's the proportion of the taxes that we ask for versus the amount that we actually get. And we don't get everything we ask for because some people can't or don't pay their taxes. Some taxes are abated or canceled. And so that collection rate is actually factored into the certified tax rate calculation that the State Tax Commission does every year. And the state basically says, look, we know you're not going to get all the taxes you ask for. Therefore, we're going to allow you to ask for more so that you come closer to that target budget amount that you're looking for. The end result is that the better job that we can do at collecting taxes, the less taxes we're going to have to ask for. So that's why I keep a close eye on our collection rate, and I do everything that I can to improve it because it saves our taxpayers money. Unfortunately, 2024 was not a good news year on the property tax collection front. Similar to 2023, we had a handful of very large, mostly businesses, mostly hotels and condominiums that apparently were still struggling with the increase that they saw in the revaluation of the commercial properties that happened in 2023. And that really had a major impact on our collection rate, driving it down even lower than it was in 2023. So our collection rate this year was about 93.8% versus 94.6% the year before. And we had consistently seen rates in the 95 to 97% range prior to that. I'm hoping that these businesses are able to figure out how to get their taxes paid on time, given the new rate amounts that they have in front of them. The silver lining to this is that it's not like we have a big problem with a wide range of different taxpayers unable to pay their taxes. We really can point to a handful of very large delinquencies that are making a change in the collection rate here. The downside is that we're going to have to ask for approximately $215,000 more in taxes next year than we would have if the collection rate hadn't dropped. I should mention that the State Tax Commission uses a 5-year average of the collection rate in their calculation. So in your packet, you'll notice I have a couple graphs. One of our collection rate over the years, the other of the 5-year average. And you can see that the 5-year average did drop a little bit, but that is evened out by the prior good years that we've had. When we compare Grand County's collection rate to other counties, right now in 2025, we're right about in the middle of the other counties. But when you look at a 10-year time span, we have done a lot in improving our collection rate, and we have the 7th largest increase in our collection rate compared to other counties. And again, looking at sort of that 10-year time span, had our collection rate stayed the same that it was in 2014, we would have collected or charged rather about $5.1 million more than we have. So it really has been a benefit to our taxpayers to get that rate up, and I'll continue to focus on that and do the best that we can to increase that rate. I also take a look at our collection rate for back taxes. So these are delinquent taxes that people haven't paid in the prior mostly 5 years. And this year was 2024 rather was a good year for back tax collections. Not only did we collect a large amount, but we also did a good job at collecting a good percentage of that. So our collection rate was about 76%, which was one of the higher collection rates we've had over the last few years. The amount that we collected was about 1.2 million, probably the second highest amount we've ever collected. Unfortunately, that is just because 2023 was not a great year for collections, so there was a lot of back tax to collect. But also, if we take a look at the back taxes that are outstanding at the beginning of each year and compare that to the amount of taxes that we charged over the prior 5 years, we can see that even though it was a very large amount outstanding in 25, it's still only about 1.5% of the taxes charged over 5 years. So it's not nearly as high and percentage-wise as it has been in the past. That said, we do hope that people start paying more on time and we don't have these back tax collections. It's better for them. They save the interest and the penalty, and it keeps that collection rate down and helps all the other taxpayers at the same time. Any questions on property tax collections? Moving on then, a couple. Oh, great. Moving on, I also pay attention to a couple other things in my office very closely. One of them is electronic payments. Every time that we receive a property tax payment electronically, it is a major benefit to our office. It's automatically downloaded into our system. The payment's automatically deposited into our bank account, and it has made huge increases in efficiency in our office. And 2024 was a banner year for electronic payments. We saw the total amount of payments increase by almost $2 million. And we also saw the number of electronic payments go up substantially. Right now, we are close to having about half of our payments come in electronically, which is just huge progress that we've had over the last 10 years in that area. We also have an auto bill pay program, which is increasing in popularity. We had a good increase in the number of folks signed up for that. It's a great system where you can set it up and have your property taxes paid automatically from your account. It saves the taxpayers who want to do it time and effort, and it's great for my office because those payments come in again automatically and electronically. Next, we'll talk about investments in 2024. Fortunately, this is a very good news story. We benefited from having high balances in our savings and also from high interest rates in 2024. So the total interest earned in our PTIF, which stands for Public Treasurer's Investment Fund accounts, soared to almost $1.9 million in 2024. Interest rates remained above 5% for almost the entire year. They did start to drop in November and December, but it was an excellent year for collections. And that's even with the millions of dollars that were withheld for several months at the end of last year, that we still saw an increase in our interest earnings. We also have some investments that are outside of the PTIF. And we've had some changes and exciting things happening there. First of all, it was a good year for those investments with the interest earned going up from 140,000 to 171,000. We did have a pretty big change, which is that our longtime investment advisor, who used to work for Zions Capital Advisors, moved to a company called Raymond James. And I did some research on both companies. I negotiated the same fee structure we had at Zions at Raymond James, and felt comfortable following our investment advisor to the new company, where he was given more resources and more opportunities for investing our money. Also, late last year, it really looked like the interest rate environment was going to be a declining one in 2025. And so I did move an additional $1.5 million into our investments outside of PTIF. Our investments outside of PTIF tend to be longer term. We're limited in how long term we can go. I think 5 years is the maximum. PTIF tends to be more like 90 days out. So PTIF tends to track very closely the Federal Reserve rates and the interest rate changes. So the outside investments can be sort of a hedge against that. They can provide a little bit more stable income. And especially when the interest rates looks like they're going to be falling, it's a great place to get your money and to lock in some of those better rates. And even though the interest rates have not fallen as quickly as expected due to tariffs, due to recession worries, due to all sorts of things, they're staying fairly high, and we are able to lock in some really good rates there. So that's all a very good news story. Also, the sweep account that we opened a few years ago for our general fund checking has continued to do very well, earning about $74,000 last year. And this is on money that normally would have just sat in our checking, being there to cover our expenses, but we're able to keep it invested now. I was also able to open 2 new accounts this year. I worked with Mountain America Credit Union and was able to negotiate with them a couple of accounts where we got a guaranteed rate that is above the PTIF rate. So every month they take the rate that PTIF is paying, and they add on, in the case of the general fund monies, 10 basis points, and then that's the interest that we get. So it's really kind of a no-brainer to just take that extra money. I opened a sweep account for the property taxes so that, again, that money can stay earning even when it's not in PTIF. And then I also opened a savings account. And it's not just a straight savings account. It's more like a money market. But I moved a substantial amount of money from PTIF into that, again, because the interest rate is guaranteed to be higher. And we should earn about $28,000 a year more just based on that margin between the PTIF rate and the rate that we're guaranteed at Mountain America. So that was another exciting part on the investment story. And, like I said, interest rates have not fallen precipitously yet this year. And so we can keep our fingers crossed that we continue to have good interest earnings for the rest of this year. Any questions on investments from any of the commissioners?
Doesn't look like it, Chris. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've got just a couple other quick updates. We do continue to offer email notices out for folks who want to stop receiving their tax bill or their valuation via the postal mail. They can get it by email. We're continuing to promote that and hoping that that continues to increase. And
You went silent on us, Chris. We're not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, we're golden.
Okay. Sorry about that. I just mentioned that we're continuing to offer email notices to folks who want to switch from postal mail to email tax bills or valuation notices. And I also wanted to do a quick update on SB 197, which was the bill that was proposed to switch tax abatements to deferrals. Like I said, we had a meeting this morning with the bill sponsor at the Capitol, trying to work on some areas of common ground. And I think that, unfortunately, this is an issue that even though the governor vetoed the bill, is not going to go away. The senator certainly intends to bring it back in another form until he feels like he's addressed the issues and concerns that he has. So I'll give more updates on that as they come along. But thank you so much for your time. I also wanted to mention that I am traveling home from that meeting, and I do have another agenda item, and I hope to be able to call in for it. If I happen to be out of range at that time, if you don't mind postponing it, I will certainly be coming back into range and be able to do it later on in the evening.
Yeah, and we'll try and move that up, Chris, in an attempt. I'll let you know when we're done with our consent agenda, and if you are not in range, then we'll postpone it till later, so it works when you, I'm sure you're coming over Soldier Summit there where it's limited service.
Could we do it now?
Yeah, actually, are you able to do it now, Chris? We'll just move that item up. It's number 9.
Wonderful.
Will that work for you?
Absolutely.
Okay, then we'll just go ahead and move right into number 9.
Yeah.
You're breaking up though with your.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
You just have to turn off his, yeah.
I stopped my video, so hopefully that will help.
Okay.
So I'm here to present approving some property tax deferrals for 2025. Every year, it's my job to identify the property parcels that are eligible for tax sale. And we do our best to help folks get those paid up in order to avoid the tax sale. Grand County hasn't had a tax sale in over 15 years, partly because we do our best to help people get paid up. Occasionally, we do have some folks who aren't able to meet the deadline for paying all of their taxes. And this year, I did receive 2 applications for deferment. These folks would be getting basically an additional year to pay those taxes to avoid the tax sale. The grand total is about $13,000. Again, that's spread across all the taxing entities, and these taxes don't go away. They're just being deferred so that they can avoid the tax sale and have a little bit more time to pay. And this is something that I bring to the commission most years. So I'll entertain any questions.
All right, it looks like Commissioner McCurdy has one.
I'd just like to make the motion. I move to approve the deferring of the presented property taxes until November 30th, 2025.
Second. Motion by Commissioner McCurdy, seconded by Commissioner Adler. Any discussion? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you, Brian. Chris, appreciate you being able to hang in there and get that out to us. And then just for the public, regarding the treasurer's report earlier, if you go to our agenda item, he has a great set of graphs in there that weren't able to be put up on the screen there and shared with the public, but his entire thing is laid out there, and it's actually very informative and simple enough that even I could follow it. So, all right, we will let you go, Chris. Thank you for your help there, and we will start back up with Commission Administrator report. Mr. Tyner.
Yes, sir. Steve Gleason is the county's new airport director, and Sean Yates is the new county engineer. So we are glad to have them on board. Both gentlemen have a lot of experience, and we look forward to their valuable contributions as we move forward.
Very good. Quinn, anything? I'm good. You're always good. All right, thank you. And we're still a little bit shy of our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard. Maybe we can fit in the consent agenda. What is this one?
We'll just.
Okay, so we're gonna try number 5 for Melody's requested.
Only because we had asked some presenters to come about 4:40 and it's 6 o'clock. And so since they've been sitting here, I think if we could listen to them, it's number 5. And then we can go back to.
That's great.
Is that okay with everyone?
That's great.
That sounds
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Then they can say if they want to, but they don't have to.
Very good. So who is presenting on that one? Number 5.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Oh, there's right there.
Yes, Gabe.
Okay, thank you, Chair. You'll have to forgive me. It looks like my camera isn't working right now. I would otherwise certainly have my camera on when speaking. I do apologize for that. And so it looks like we're up to item number 5, as was stated, and that's determination of funding allocation for opioid settlement funds. And thank you for the idea for the presentations. Do we want to allow, I guess, I'll just give a brief overview and then we can I can set that up for the recipient or the potential recipient organizations to present. And so there's this opioid settlement funding that Grand County agreed to enter in the One Utah opioid MOU. And there are a number of schedules in that MOU that relate to uses for the settlement funds, and the county serves as a pass-through for the settlement funds. And for the new commissioners that are that haven't seen one of these approvals or weren't around when these funds first became available, I did approach the jail and the sheriff's office to see if there were ways that these funds could be used to support existing programming at the county that's already funded, that we already support with our general funds. And that wasn't the case in the way that it conforms with the MOU and opioid treatment in particular. And so there are 3 organizations this is the 3rd year that we would be renewing, the 3rd funding cycle. And there are 3 organizations that have received the opioid funding, and that's USARA, the Wellness Collective, and the Moab Regional Recovery Center. And Utah Association of Counties, UAC, plays a large role in helping to administer and provide all the information needed for just for passing through these funds, helping receive renewal requests, and as well as expenditure reports. That all kind of passes through UAC. I will say there was Catherine Rhodes, who's the UAC representative that it kind of takes the lead at UAC. She reached out to me because I had already submitted a report. I believe it was on May 3rd, at the end of May, the last day of May. That was a report on the Grand County's intended use of funds for the following cycle. And there's an expenditure report for the previous fiscal cycle due the 30th of this month. And Catherine did mention that there, upon review of the allocations that Grand County has made to organizations, there was a flagging or a request for more information regarding, in particular, the use of funds for trauma-informed yoga. And that's one of the programs that the Wellness Collective offers. And so I reached out to Brianne, and I'm assuming that she's going to be giving a presentation here. And Brianne provided a very thorough response describing the intent behind trauma-informed yoga, the credentials and the certifications, and the exact process that entails. And I did share that information as well with Attorney Stocks. And we both felt that was a very strong clarification given. And I circled back with Catherine and provided her that information that we had reviewed it, and it seemed very well satisfactory. And that sort of follow-up and investigation into the use that she gave me an indication that was very satisfactory and sufficient to move forward with that sort of use. So I just wanted to get right out ahead and sort of outline that. So that's all I'll say. And yeah, if we want to introduce the organizations, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have, we'll start with Brianne from the Wellness Collective, Brianne Davis, the director.
I have a little handout. I'm gonna
pass that around. Thanks for having me here today. So I'm Brianne Davis, and I wear a few different hats in the community, but I'm here to represent the Wellness Collective. And so for you, those of you who don't know us very well, we're a wellness center, a nonprofit wellness center serving the Moab community for the past 2 years. And we serve individuals and families, offering holistic health programs that are all free or by donation. And we're on a mission to foster a more resilient and inclusive, thriving Moab. So since our opening, which was May of 2023, we served 2,323 participants, including 1,574 through the opioid funded programs. And so last month, so just last May 2025, we had the highest attendance of any other month in our history, and that includes the opioid funded programs as well. Our focus is more on long-term recovery, so helping people stay well, connected, and preventing relapse. So with support with the OUD settlement funding, we've offered recovery-centered classes such as yoga with the 12 steps of recovery, community ear acupuncture hikes to support recovery, therapeutic art and craft groups, and trauma-sensitive yoga. And most of these offerings have been in collaboration or partnership with USARA and the Recovery Center. And I personally feel that the three of us are creating a real full circle of support that meets people where they're at. I know that Gabe spoke of the concern about the trauma-sensitive yoga and whether it's appropriate for the use of the opioid funds. And so I just want to speak to that, and I included on the handout some more information about it on the back. So the trauma-sensitive yoga, the TCTSY it's called, so that's trauma-centered, trauma-sensitive yoga. It's not a recreational style yoga. It's more a clinical evidence-based model, and it's used in behavioral health settings, veterans programs, and recovery centers nationwide. And it's more about nervous system healing, interoception, and reclaiming self-agency. And it is wanted, so we surveyed attendees at the recent Indigenous Resource Fair and the Thrive Mental Health Fair, and then the Family Support Center's Kite event. And 60% of those surveyed said that they did want to see trauma-sensitive yoga available in our community. And I think that it's needed. In our county, we have 22% of adults reporting high ACE scores, and that's above the Utah average. So that means 1 in 4 of us are adults with heightened risk of substance use and long-term challenges. And so I can just speak to the fact that I'm one of those 4, like I grew up in a family with a lot of substance use and trauma. I lost a brother to fentanyl overdose a couple of years ago. And so this work is really important to me. So thanks for listening. And I'm really glad to be a peer support specialist in the community, helping other people navigate their own path through recovery. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for what you do, and our condolences for your loss.
Thanks.
It's hurt our community in a big way.
Thanks, man. And then Heidi Thompson is here with you, Sarah.
Hello, thank you guys for your time and consideration. My name is Heidi Thompson. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and how USARA has been using the opioid epidemic funding is just continuing our services for the community. Like Bree said, all of the organizations, we partner really well together, and we do a lot in the community. In this small community, we all wear multiple hats. But specifically with USARA, what we do a lot of individual coaching. So as people in long-term recovery ourselves, we use our lived experience to meet people where they're at and just guide them on their own journey. And then we also offer harm reduction tools like Narcan. We do Narcan educations for the community. So explaining to people what Narcan is, it's a overdose reversal tool. And we show people how to use it, how to identify overdose, and we're able to provide that to the community at no charge. So that's extremely beneficial. Also fentanyl test strips. That's another huge thing that's taking over the community and it's completely saturated the, you know, substance supply. So people can be using it without even knowledge of them using it. So we also provide test strips so people can test their substances before they use. And then we also do sober social events. That's one of our biggest attended events. Monthly, we try to do like a bowling event, or we've been doing these skate dates, partnered up with Moab, Skate Moab. We also do offer all pathways meetings. So like with the Wellness Collective, they come and do a yoga for us, which is a very highly attended. We also do like a workout group and we play basketball, which is super cool. And then we just do a general topic discussion meeting. And we also offer, we're huge on acronyms. So we offer a CRAFT, which is Community Reinforcement and Family Training. That's for the loved ones of people that are struggling with substance use disorder. So if they have family members that are using, we have support groups for them as well. We partner up with the Recovery Center and we're able to go into the jail and we do meetings there. And we also offer some of these harm reduction tools when people are released from jail. They get a backpack and they're offered some of these tools as well. So another way we partner with each other and just offer those services in the community. Also, we show up in the recovery courts and we show up and support people that way. We advocate for them. We show up in probation and child and family team meetings with DCFS. So whatever these people are experiencing and whatever systems they're navigating through, we kind of just sit with them there. And then just do outreaching, you know, partnering up with the different organizations. And like I said, in a small town, we all got to kind of come together and take care of our own. So we do that however we best can. So, do you guys have any questions for me?
I think we're good. We sure appreciate your time and you're coming in and letting us know how it's going there.
Of course. Thank you guys again for your question.
Mike does have.
I got two for here. I expect a basketball invite. Two, I'd like to,
We have one more.
yeah, we have one more?
One presenter.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll sit here for a minute.
Tuesdays at 5, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right, and then Doug Kaler and is it Nora? Paula Cook. Paula Cook.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
From the Recovery Center, our regional hospital.
Yeah, thanks for having us. So I'm Paula Cook. I'm an addiction medicine physician at the Recovery Center.
Doug Kaler, and I'm the program director of the Recovery Center.
Yeah, so we're grateful to have been recipients of the opioid settlement money the past 2 years and acknowledge that opioid settlement money should be taken very seriously, especially in light of misappropriation of tobacco money over the years. So realizing that opioid use disorder is a significant threat to families, communities, and people with the high mortality and morbidity rate. We know that people who don't get treatment have a mortality rate of about 20% a year. And people who don't get treatment continue in their disease at a rate of about 93%. So we're really grateful to partner with our partners who you've met and other players in the community, Four Corners and the Free Health Clinic and MRH. The funds that we've been awarded in the past have gone to the treatment of opioid use disorder. We value our clinic as a clinic that provides low barrier compassionate care. We provide evidence-based treatment that's foundationally based in medication and also psychosocial treatments. So we provide medications that help with cravings and withdrawal. We provide therapy in groups. And we will plan on continuing to do that. We have been able to expand a lot of our services. We increased our visits last year by 47%. We had about 3,500 visits last year, which for a small clinic is huge volume. And we had about 349 individual people getting treatment. Now that's not all people for opioid use, that's people for other substances as well. But we do offer specialized treatment for opioid use disorder, as you may know, in terms of an opioid treatment program, which is a federally regulated program where people can get methadone. It's the only way people in this country can get methadone. So we're really lucky to have that in our community. We're one of the only, well, we're the only rural town besides Logan that actually has a opioid treatment program in the state of Utah. So we really appreciate the use of funds because we don't get reimbursed by many of our clients. As you can understand, they don't often have access to insurance. We have some difficulties with Medicaid in this part of the state in terms of funding for behavioral health. So we appreciate all the funding we can get, and we need to continue to improve and increase resources and programs for our patients. We don't have access to, substance-specific intensive outpatient programming for our clients, contiguous 9 hours of treatment a week, which is recommended for most people. We don't have transitional housing, as you all know, and we don't have residential treatment. So we have a lot of things to look to. We are working, as Heidi said, to expand treatment in the jail, where a lot of people end up with criminal charges related to their opioid use. So we're grateful to go in there and provide services, give them access to medications. And then, of course, continue to provide medication to people as they present to the clinic and also as they present to the hospital. So we're grateful to do that. We really appreciate that the focus in the country has been better appropriation of these funds. And I don't think Utah's guilty of this, but there have been other states where these funds really have been misaligned. So I appreciate your care and concern for this topic. That these funds go to the people who are affected by this and the families who've lost people for this. This is blood money. This is very important to the families who've lost people from this disease, that we really carefully assign this funding. So we appreciate your attention to it. Thank you. No one else does. Yeah.
Very good. Any questions? I think it's good. Thanks for both of you coming up, and for the rest of the folks back there as well. I think it's just good to hear where these funds are being used and how they're benefiting people that have struggled with this in our community. So I don't know of a family that probably hasn't been affected by this in Grand County in one way or another. So really appreciate what we do there. And Mike?
Tiny question before the motion here. Are the allocation of percentages, the state percentages that need to be named in amounts?
Answer that. I think that, we would decide that in the past. From watching last year's meeting, it was 60% of the funds went to USARA, and then 20% to the Wellness Collective and 20% to the Recovery Center. So but I do believe it's up to the commission. If that was the prerogative to change anything.
That's correct. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. Okay. I don't.
Has there been any feedbacks to as far as those percentages that were allocated the last couple of years? Is that something that is a good working division between the three entities? I think we all agree that those entities are deserving and do great work. Is the status quo something that works for everybody? I guess I could ask that.
I haven't really heard from anybody, and probably an uncomfortable position to be in for them to say, hey, I want more money or whatever. So Trish.
I mean, maybe I'm making an assumption, but I would assume when you do budgeting and you've had a certain amount, it would probably be best to just, I'm sure you'd like more, but the reality is if you get more, you're taking it from somebody else. So personally, I'd probably just leave the percentages alone. And I guess if you guys want to debate that before next year, that's something you guys could do internally and probably come to us with a proposal, but I would probably leave them alone just because for your budgeting purposes.
Go ahead, Mike.
I move to approve the allocation of opioid settlement funds with the following allocation percentages. The 60% USARA, 20% Wellness Collective, and 20%
Recovery Center.
Recovery Center. State person. And associated funding agreement for each recipient entity upon completion of review by the county attorney.
Motion by Commissioner McCurdy, seconded by Commissioner McCandless. Any further discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thanks for your time and thanks
so
for
much
your patience.
that you guys do. It's so much appreciated.
So at this time, we're a little bit late. I will move into our second citizens to be heard, which should have been at 6 o'clock, but we will pick that up now at 6:14. If we've got anybody in the lobby here that would like to speak, I do know that we also have a public hearing, and if you're here for the public hearing on HDHO, I would say that you wait until that public hearing is over. So if you're a citizen to be heard, please come forward, introduce yourself. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Everett Hildenbrandt. I live in Spanish Valley. This weekend, I helped organize and attend the No Kings rally here in Grand County. I'm happy to report the event was entirely peaceful, with strong turnout and a respectful, welcoming atmosphere. About 550 people attended, representing roughly 9 to 10% of Moab's population and about 5% of Grand County overall. People from all walks of life showed up, a diverse cross-section of our community, united by shared values and a commitment to civic participation. The rally centered around a deep concern for keeping our public lands safe, protected, and accessible to all. Just as importantly, it was a demonstration of community support and solidarity. While a small group of counter-protesters was present, all interactions remained civil, which speaks well to the tone and maturity of the event and to our ability to have civil discourse in Grand County. It was a productive day that connected community members to local organizations, sparked meaningful conversations, and reinforced the value of open, respectful dialogue. I also attended Senator Mike Lee's liaison meeting last Thursday, where the main topic of discussion was the proposed sale of public lands. There was a clear and widespread local opposition to the idea. While Senator Lee's office framed the proposal as a solution to support affordable housing, most attendees remained skeptical of that justification. The meeting further underscored the strong local concern about preserving our public lands for the benefit of current and future generations. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like, please come forward, Councilman?
Councilman. I'm here speaking as Jason Taylor and also maybe as councilman as well. I want to speak a little bit about the chamber and what happened at the meeting the other day. And I would hope that I was pretty taken back. I was excited about the city's involvement in HB 456 and having a vote on the board. That's exciting for us and exciting to work with the city. As everybody said, you know, that this is a great way for the city to work more in congruent with the county and the travel council. And but I was blown away or taken back when they said, hey, when it was made the motion to take the seat away from the Chamber of Commerce. I've been involved with the Chamber of Commerce for over 25 years. I've been the president of the chamber. I've been on the board, you know, for a time. And like Teresa King said, you know, like she thinks that it's probably been on there for about 40 years. And I was looking, and in the bylaws, you know, it is written that the chamber does have a seat. And the chamber is such an advocate for businesses. The chamber is the one place where, and it does an excellent job of polling its members and talking about what the travel council is doing all the time. I can honestly say that in 20 years, that they are reaching out to its members and they're saying, how does this affect you? You know, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And they're bringing that back to the travel council as one voice, you know, in what works for the business community. And I think that I think that we're all busy. We all have a lot going on. And I think that when this came up on the agenda, a lot of people hadn't really had much thought about what to do, and it wasn't given the consideration and the options that it should have been given. And I would hope that we can go back and that we can look at that and say, hey, is there a better way? You know, Ronnie, who spoke before, said that there was 4 options. And I think that was 3 more than were brought up, at that meeting. So I hope that you guys would send this back and maybe to either the travel council or you guys say, you know, say, hey, here's some options that will work. You know, let's not throw this out before we expect all options. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the chamber? Yes, please come forward. Introduce yourself.
My name is Pete Gross. I'd like to echo the sentiments from Dave Klosser 2 weeks ago. and also citizens to be heard regarding the Cane Creek development, also known as now rebranded as Echo Canyon. So I don't need to belabor those. What he said, I already said everything I would have said. I understand that Echo Canyon might be creating a preliminary municipality board. And I think Commissioner Hadley would be an excellent appointment for that position if he wanted it, and if you guys approved. Also, earlier today on Citizens to be Heard, I heard some excellent comments from Mary O'Brien. I would strongly urge you to follow her free advice that could save taxpayers in Grand County $60,000 for yet another study that pretty much is just going to come up with the same conclusion, maybe tweaking, might even be worse than you want to hear than some of the board here. So, I mean, the commission. So I urge you to unanimously reject wasting $60,000 of taxpayer money on yet another study that's just going to probably come up to the same conclusions. $60,000 of free advice. I think that's a good deal. Should take her up on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please, forward.
Hello, my name's Len Jackson. I'm a couple of things I want to talk about. First off is I've no economic dog in the fight in Grand County. I'm not a business owner. I'm not a tourism business guy. So most of my stuff is just coming from being a citizen. Regarding the reservation system and the spending of this money, I would agree $60,000 is not small change, but there's some real indication that has had some impact on the economy. We don't know for sure. The reservation system, that would be. There are some indication that the sales tax revenue between the city and county since 2021 has decreased by $5.5 million a year. Now, one shouldn't have to connect dots. We're an economic community is entirely based on recreation. So if we lose visitors, our revenues are going down, whether it's sale tax or TRT. And there's only one way to make up that difference. We either cut services, you guys do, or increase taxes. So in a grand scheme of things, I think $60,000 would be money well spent to find out what is the basis for this and what do we need to do to fix it. I would encourage you when that comes up to endorse that study and move forward. The other thing I would bring up here is information on the Mike Lee bill. I know people are concerned about that. It affects 0.5 to 0.75% of the public lands in the United States, which is somewhere on the order of 286 million acres. The language specifically in the bill says that it is to be priority is given to tracts nominated by states and local governments adjacent to developed areas with access to existing infrastructure suitable for residential housing and reducing the checkerboard land patterns or isolated and inefficient to manage. So, there's a lot of misinformation going on regarding that bill that we're somehow going to lose massive areas of public lands are going to be sold off. That's simply not the case. And most people, including myself, would never go for that. This is strictly defined areas and lands adjacent to communities. And the bill is very specific. It's to be used for housing. So with that, I know it's not on the agenda, but I will speak in opposition to the gentleman who spoke earlier. I think it's a good program. Thank you.
Thank you. We have anybody else in the chambers here? Like to speak? What about online? Do we have anything? If there's anybody online, please raise your hand or let us know that you'd like to participate.
Most of you are from Madden, so.
Okay. All right, it looks like our 6:14 citizens to be heard is over and we will move on. I'm going to open the public hearing and then we will come back to your item, Gabe. So we will go back to item number 3. which is Kristen Hoffine, and the public hearing for the land use code amendments, Article 4.7, high density housing overlay district.
Hello. So, this has been worked out a number of times. This, recently saw the planning commission, and I'm just gonna give you guys a little view of what they decided. The planning commission voted 4-3 with Mary Hoffine, Obi, and Laura Long against to forward a favorable recommendation. The attached ordinance. There were a couple areas that were specifically that they were allowed to vote on. Those areas included a local area and the definition surrounding that. Sorry, my mouth just completely dried up. Do some licking. So the local area, OB proposed an alternative definition that didn't include the 75 miles. That was just similar, exactly like it was before. OB and Laura voted against that, but the rest of the commission decided to forward the definition as it is in the packet. The other area of concern, or thank you. The other area that they there was a lot of talk on was the ownership, as expected, I'm sure by you guys. Again, OB, Mary, and Laura wanted to keep the ownership as is. The one that was decided upon was, it's written in green and it is listed as III. Some additional information that I just think is important for the public and the commission to have. From my last count, there are 53 deed restricted units that have received CO. Roughly 50. This is just, the Desert Soul project has 34 deed restricted units coming online. Those are being built currently. Ledges, which is an apartment complex, has 98 deed restricted units coming online. Permits for that, building permits for that have been pulled. So a site plan was approved, building permits have been pulled. I'm not sure if they've started building. I know there was some preliminary work happening and I don't know where they are in the building. So I just pulled those today to make sure those were staying forward. There are roughly 60 vested units that will not be built. Final plat was never recorded on phases 3 through 5. I'm sure you guys have all read the ordinance, so I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of that at this time because we could talk about it next time. But some things that I just wanted to point out and make sure that you and the public understand, because Planning Commission had some questions about this. Everything that is been approved is vested with a final plat that's already recorded. So these changes don't affect all areas of what is on the final plat. It will affect immediately, well, not immediately, if approved, it will affect as soon as it goes into effect these rules and regulations and how it's administered through HASU. So those definitions would change immediately. Who could be approved would change immediately. But anything that is recorded on a deed restriction and has, especially if it's been purchased by someone who's not a developer, would require it going back through final plat, a final plat amendment. Or we could, through the county attorney's office, enter into separate deed restrictions individually with people, with property owners, and then those would be negotiated within the county attorney's office. They're not part of the ordinance, but it's just a way so that people could buy into these changes. Does that make sense for everybody? Because it was a little bit confusing to the Planning Commission, so I think I just want to make sure you all understand that part. And that's all I have, unless you guys have specific questions for me.
I just want to make sure I had it written down and I misplaced it. What's the recommended new split?
So, oh, yes, sorry, the planning commission recommended, and again, this was a split vote, not all commissioners were for this. 30% of the deed restricted units in an HDHO development designated under this section be held by individuals who do not qualify as actively employed households.
So increased by 10%.
So technically it would be, it would essentially be a 50-50 split of the total units would be non-deed restricted. So that, and it would just be ownership, not occupancy. That is, I want to make sure that you guys all understand that very, very clearly. Occupancy is never in question. This 30% is, we chose, the commission chose 30% based on the fact that 20% of the HDHO developments were already unrestricted. They don't have deed restrictions applied to them. They could be owned and lived in by anybody. So 30%, assuming that 20% is owned by someone who doesn't live here, that 30% brought it up to a even 50-50 split of the total units. So that, hopefully that doesn't cause a lot of questions.
Yes. Mike.
So that expands ownership, but it will still be workforce, deed restricted to workforce housing residents.
Everything, yeah. Occupancy was never in question. That will always be limited to people who live and work in Grant County or the 75 or the local area as it's now defined, or could be defined, how you vote. This would just open up some of them to ownership outside of Grant County.
All right.
More.
Mary, did you have another question?
I just want to make sure that when I read through it, it sounds like it's a work to help with the loaning process for the people.
Yeah, so that was a big concern. That was one of the main catalysts for adjusting this. And that all of the language that was concerning, as far as I am aware, has been removed. It speaks now firmly and completely to the county can institute legal action or proceedings necessary to ensure compliance with this section, including without limitation. And then it talks about, damages, and it would all go through the courts, which was the concern that we wouldn't just be removing COOs, which I think was the major hurdle for some of the lenders.
Mike.
With there never being a question on occupancy being workforce, why do we just, I thought we spoke about, like, why would we care about the other 50%? Like, it could all be outside ownership as long as workforce were living in there.
Yeah, and that is also one of your options as the commission. You guys can choose to not go forward with what the planning commission.
But the deed restriction would be.
The deed restriction will still be there. But the reason that the planning commission, and we spoke about this at length, is because their belief is that the intent or when this was written was to create a pool of locally owned houses that could only be purchased by locals, naturally bringing the price down. And this was something that was discussed in prior public hearings at the time it went through. So many of the planning commission members actually voted to not touch ownership at all. They wanted it to remain the 80-20 as it was designed.
Well, I'm not that.
And yeah, but we can debate. I just want to clarify. Okay.
Let's also remember that this is a public hearing, and so we'd like to let the public have their opportunity, and we'll have an opportunity when this comes back before us to do the vote and to make any changes. So do you have something?
I was just gonna say exactly that. And then I'll make sure I'll send out those 2 planning commission meetings to all commissioners. And I'd highly recommend you watch them because I think the planning commission did an excellent job of diving deep and bantering this. So I'll send those out.
All right, thank you. So if you will allow the public. Thank you. Do we have anybody that would like to speak? All right, Mr. O'Brien, please come forward, introduce yourself.
So I'm Bob O'Brien, I'm from Castle Valley. And I'm going to speak today as a citizen of Grand County, not as a council member of the town of Castle Valley or as a planning commissioner in Grand County. I agree with a lot of the things that are going to be changed about the HDHO that you're considering, but I'm going to urge you not to vote for two of these changes because they reduce the possibility for local actively employed households to own a house. And there really is an important thing about owning houses. The first change actually involves this thing of going, the change would be this. Right now you have to live in Grand County or the 45432 area code, but it would extend this from the corner of Main and Center Streets to 75 miles in radius. So that would include Montebello, Green River, and Blanding. What this does is, this means if you work in those areas and meet actively qualified household things as defined in the HDHO, you can buy a house in Moab. So that means there's less houses for people to own who are actively employed workers in our community that they can buy under the HDHO, maybe possibly affordable housing for them. The second is this increasing who is eligible for an HDHO deed restricted property. It's going to, which will also reduce the number of homes that are available to those people. That's what the HDHO was written for. So local workers could actually have housing. And it basically says that 30% of the 80% of the housing that was going to be purchased by local workers can now be purchased by people who live in Topeka, Kansas, Salt Lake City. It's a little bit different than Chrissy. I think that comes out to the 30% of the 80% added to the 20%. It means that 56% of the housing is reserved for ownership by locally employed households, and 44% is not. Quickly, I'm going to say much more than this, but buying a house provides an avenue for actively employed households to pursue one version of the American dream. That is a pathway to build wealth and or at least security. I urge you not to approve these two changes because they're going to have fewer houses available for locally employed active households. Thank you for your work to make our community better for those who work here.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else that wants to speak at this public hearing? Yes, Matt, please come forward.
Well, traditionally, we give people more time than 3 minutes during public hearings, just because it's their time to talk about this. That's just been a tradition that passed. We've given.
Well, thank you, but
so
yeah, we'll kind of try and keep it as short as possible. We have a very long meeting, but 3 minutes. Thank you.
Speaking to the same two.
Introduce, please.
Changes.
First.
Mary O'Brien.
Thank you, because people on Zoom don't necessarily know you.
Each of you on the commission requested Grand County residents to vote for you in part because you are concerned about affordable housing. Some or all of you have promised as a commissioner to focus attention on workers, you know, the people, some of you who claim are being forgotten. You all know that EMTs, school teachers, police officers, health workers, and other workers in their families in Grand County have trouble finding affordable housing in Grand County. Soon, you will either vote to keep the maximum amount of high-density housing more affordable for workers in Grand County, or you will vote to undermine the HDHO purpose to provide home builders with the incentive of building densely in return for providing Grand County workers with a chance to actually own their own home, not rent it from a developer in Salt Lake City or Las Vegas. The HDHO was a compromise. Get the chance to build and sell homes at a higher density for each type of zone in exchange for selling 80% of the houses to workers in the 84532 zip code. That is Grand County and adjacent Spanish Valley. Any reduction in that 80% to include competition from workers in Blanding, Monticello, and Green River will drive up the price for Grand County workers. In 2 or so weeks, you vote to grant up to 44% of that density to an investor with more money than most workers. You will be reneging on your pledge to help ensure that you will help workers in Grand County own their own home in Grand County. As the saying goes, which side are you on? Workers who want the stability, Grand County workers who want the stability of owning a home? Or investors, second homeowners, and developers who want a larger profit? Support the HDHO as it is, or gut it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Chambers, please, Mr. Ryden.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Riley. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Southeastern Utah. I was around when this policy was adopted and worked on. Sue has been administrating the program for the last 5 or 6 years, so I have quite a few comments on the changes. I'll start with a lot of things that I agree with. People talk about the local area, expanding the local area employment, remote employment. I don't have an issue with that. I don't think Hasua doesn't have an issue with that. I think that's good to expand that definition a little bit more. I'm okay with expanding the lease or reducing the lease requirement. I think that will probably add some. I'm kind of going through my list of changes as they go down the list. Reducing the lease term from 6 to 3 months. I think that will create some additional administrative hurdles. Obviously, we're going to have to be requalifying people more often, if there's only 3 months. I'm generally in not opposition, approval of that, because I understand that it's generally for parks workers and temporary workers. And I think that a lot of the HDHO was kind of meant for that temporary worker. So I'm generally in support of reducing that lease term. One quick note that it does strike something about the title company notifying Hasu. That's somewhere in there. That has been kind of a big headache for Hasu since HDHO started. We've had a lot of trouble with title companies and real estate, not local real estate agents, because I think the local real estate agents really have a good handle on the program, know it, and know how to tell their buyers to notify Hasu. But we've had a lot of issues with, not a lot of issues, but not being alerted when conveyance is happening. I note that because there has been some administrative hurdles with the program, and I think a lot of the changes that I'll get into in a second will add to that. We have talked to Christy. We're hoping to get that taken out, in our worked on in a separate session. But I know that P&C's got a low capacity right now, so I'm, as a general scheme, I hate to make a lot of changes to HDHO other than definitions and enforcement and lendability that will add to that administrative hurdle, both for Hasu and for the P&C in their current state. Quickly about lendability, I don't have a dog in the fight in lendability. Other than I want to see it succeed. I want to see that the enforcement is something that Grand County can enforce, and that lendability is totally not an issue. I want to see that HDHO units are on a fair and even playing field. I know Ronnie's here; she'll probably speak to that. She's been a good proponent in helping Chrissy put together language for that. The biggest obviously issue is the ownership exemption. I'll kind of give the same spiel that I've given to the whole subcommittee through the process, through planning commission to here. You know, I was here during the process of creating this, and I do believe that this program was intended to as a secondary market for locals to have a market to buy a home. So Hasu and myself are generally opposed to the ownership exemption because we feel like that was a core tenet of the program to allow locals to buy homes. So I encourage you not to touch that, but I understand. Let me see what else I have in my notes. So yeah, really just that ownership portion, you know, when it comes down to adding more administrative hurdles, you know, that's just another thing that we're going to have to differentiate between. Are they an owner living in there, or are they having a renter? And you know, again, working with P&Z and hopefully, you know, staffing increases. I know Chrissy's doing a great job, but you know, she's kind of a one-person show. So I would caution you to add more administrative hurdles right now when we have a P&Z that, but P&Z and Hasu that are, you know, a little understaffed. So generally, I would say the changes are good, and I'm happy with them, other than that ownership exception. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Please, Connie, come forward.
Wednesday night. So I'm Ronnie, and I'm with Primary Residential Mortgage here in Moab. I'm a local lender. I'm here today in regards to the public hearings for the changes on the HDHO. I took part in the sub-housing committee meetings, supporting the recommendations that went to planning and zoning. We had several key players giving feedback. I also attended 2 out of the 3 planning and zoning meetings, and I gave input on the lending challenges faced within the current code. I watched the final planning and zoning meeting and feel they did a really great job deliberating the changes to the land use code that were asked of them. This decision wasn't made lightly, and I appreciated the commission's conversation and working with one another. I feel that they were very educated on the HDHO. Many questions and hypothetical situations were brought up. In the end, they were not all in agreement, but the proposed changes did pass with an approval. The lending challenges weren't something that was in disagreement. This was more cleaning up the code with recommendations from legal counsel within the enforcement and remedies section to make sure the verbiage of Grand County's enforcement doesn't supersede a lender's. It needed to be cleaned up so it's clear to what enforcements Grand County can legally impose. I recommend under section 4.7.6C, the enforcement section where it states Grand County reserves the right to force all remedies, including the sale of a property as outlined in Grand County's land use code, be updated, removing the verbiage, including the sale of a property. This could still be problematic for lenders. Within section 4.7.11, it defines penalties for violations and legal action that can be taken by the county. So what I'm asking is just kind of really look at that, because what you're really saying is, hey, we're going to force you to sell your property. If you violate anything, then Grand County is going to ask you to sell your property. So just maybe take a look at that, get some legal counsel on that. My final thoughts, the HDHO was a pilot program. And as such, everyone knew there would need to be updates as we learned how the program affected lendability, occupancy, and sale of properties. The program has been somewhat successful and has failed in other areas. If the program was a true success, we wouldn't be here today, and all units would be built and sold, or at least started and not sitting empty. I agree with the recommendations by planning and zoning with a minor change within section 4.7.6C to the HDHO, removing the verbiage, including the sale of a property. I thank you to the chair and the commission.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Yes, please come forward, Courtney.
Hi everyone, I'm Courtney Kaiser, and I'm here on behalf of myself, and I'm also one of the original developers of Murphy Flats, which is an HDHO project. We're one of the few HDHO projects that has units for sale. I'm personally very excited to see this public hearing open. We've been asking for revisions to this program for years to more fully encompass the needs of our local community and workforce. I support the document before you. It's the culmination of a great deal of collaboration with the input of many individuals representing a range of different organizations and interests, including representatives from MACL, PASU, county commissioners sitting here today, private lenders, HDHO housing providers, real estate agents representing HDHO projects, HDHO unit owners, county staff, including the attorney's office. Thank you, Chrissy, for everything. And the planning commission. The resulting document is very much a compromise. Like the 30% deed restricted units could be owned by the counties. The writers of the ordinance have been publicly clear that they wrote it for occupancy, not for ownership to meet that deed restriction. But that's not the question right now, is how do we make the program work? Which is why I think that that compromise of a lower percentage instead of just getting rid of the ownership overall is a great compromise. And listening to that planning commission meeting where a majority of the planning commission landed on that percentage, I think is great, and I'm for it. What you see today has been pared down immensely from our first asks, but ultimately for the better. I believe it will be very effective in encompassing the people that have been missed by the verbiage of the original ordinance without losing the original spirit. The only item I'd like you to reconsider is what Ronnie had just mentioned about 4.7.6.c, about forcing a sale of a home. The reason for that is FHA denied the program specifically for these types of verbiages. And FHA loans are really critical because they are low down loans for people with less than perfect credit or who otherwise struggled to qualify for traditional mortgages. As such, it's a critical pathway to home ownership for many local buyers. I ask you to approve this document with as little fanfare or additional changes as possible, as I can assure you it has been through the ringer. If you receive questions or comments that you need help answering, please do not hesitate to reach out not only to public servants or staff, but also to the private individuals who see the implications of this code on a day-to-day basis. We can help you to understand the reasoning behind these changes if you don't understand them. The goal is to get locals in housing ASAP, and I believe the document in front of you will go a long way in achieving that.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Please come forward.
Well, if you're okay with me standing, we've all been sitting long enough here, so Lynn Jackson again. For somebody that doesn't have dogs in these fights, they seem to have a lot to say, but I think what I can do is offer a little bit of perspective, maybe because I'm not directly involved. We've been wrestling with affordable housing, workforce housing, ever since I won't say that, for at least the last 20 years. I've sat in your chair for a 4-year period, 8, 9, 10 years ago. We were wrestling with it then. And one of the things that has become kind of apparent to me is that we're not going to solve this housing problem until we have more density. And I don't like density per se. I lived in a property. When I was on a commission, we downzoned. There used to be rural residential was 1 unit per acre. And when I was on the commission, we voted because we knew we had to increase housing density, and we went to 2. I voted for it. I didn't like it because there was a 5-acre parcel behind my house, Kitty Corner, and I knew it was a valuable piece of property and was going to get developed, and it did get developed. So it went from 5 houses to almost 10 back there. But if we're going to solve the housing problem, we have to have more density. And the other thing I would notice is that, and I agree with Bob, I was a young person once, and a path to home ownership in the U.S. is the best way to achieve wealth. But I would also say that it's better to have some housing, even if it's rental, than to be homeless. And I know we started out renting as a young couple before we were able to work ourselves into a small home and then work up. So I'm kind of I think on this housing issue, there's no one silver bullet. We found that out. Mary's nodding her head. So it's this combination of higher density and doing things that make it easier for these young people to get in loans. It's providing housing, rental housing, whether it's trailers or apartments in the meantime. So I would encourage you just on a big perspective. It looks to me like this will help provide some housing. Again, it's probably not a perfect solution. So if you do it, you make the changes, it doesn't work, you come back in a year and maybe you can see some other adjustments. So I would encourage you when this comes in front of you for vote to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else regarding the public hearing that would like to speak? Do we have anybody new online that would like to speak on this?
Not that I think is here's the list.
Nothing? All right, we will leave this public meeting open.
Hey, Bill, there's one there, I got one.
Oh, please, didn't see you back there with your hand.
Well, I was debating. I find myself in a strange position of agreeing with Lynn Jackson. I support higher.
Makes note of that.
But I took note that I agree with you on something. The idea of especially the closer to town, because transportation is a big part of affordability and most of the jobs are closer to downtown. So the more we can increase density in town, I think it also makes it more affordable to be able to own a house. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Am I missing anybody else that would like to speak? All right, we will leave this public meeting open and have a very, I asked, he said no. So I'm sure that at our next commission meeting, we will have a very spirited debate about this very topic. So please, look forward to that. All right, we will move on to our.
Did you noted that it'd stay open until Wednesday?
I didn't know when it would stay open until, so that is this coming Wednesday, correct?
Wednesday, the 25th at 5 p.m.
Wednesday, what's the date?
Open for written comments until Wednesday, the 25th at 5 p.m.
Open for written comment until Wednesday, the 25th at 5 p.m.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, anybody that wants to send in an email that doesn't feel comfortable coming in, please do so, or do that in addition to coming in and speaking, either one. All right, thank you, and we will move on. Before I do the consent agenda, I believe we have Gabe.
I think Gabe jumped off.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
You can do that whenever.
We can do that whenever. All right, then we'll move into the consent agenda. Try and get back in order here. I'm shuffling papers, trying to keep order with the numbers game. So regarding the consent agenda, we will have the approval of the meeting minutes from May 20th, May 27th, and June 3rd. The ratification of payment of bills, total bills, $768,770.31. Total payroll of $280,123.95, for a grand total. Bills and payroll, $1,048,894.26. C will be the ratification of local consent for Spanish Valley Vineyards. D is ratification of local consent, Outer Bike. E is ratification of contract for bailiff services for the 7th District Court. F is ratification of emergency purchase of airport fire rescue vehicle repairs. G is accept marketing budget contribution of $25,000 from Contour Airlines and allocate to the Moab Office of Tourism for air travel promotion. H, letter of support, Friends of Moab Folk Festival grant. I, award independent internal audit services, RFP, to GPP Analytics. J is extension of grant funding request for Arroyo Crossing Track D paving. And K is Madden Media 2025 media plan. And L is approval of contract for administrative law judge. Jacques.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented, and I want to remark that this may be the longest consent agenda since I've been a commissioner.
All right, motion by Commissioner Hadler, seconded by Commissioner McCurdy. All in favor of consent agenda? Mr. Martinez? All right, that passes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got it. Thank you. That passes unanimously, and we will move on to item number 6. If fiscal year 26 invasive species mitigation ISM grant award contract, Utah Department of Agricultural and Food, UDAF, Grand County Noxious Weeds Department. Izzy, thank you. And thank you for patiently waiting back there through all of that.
No worries. Very interesting. Hi, everybody. I'm Izzy with the Grand County Noxious Weeds Department. Well, review on this grant. It's an annual grant that I apply for every year, and it funds the big variety of projects in Grand County. Maybe the most visible project is our giant reed and rabbinic grass removal project where we remove private property, and the one that we're about to start on, the goat head removal project, where we remove goat heads all throughout public areas and well, yeah. Questions on anything there?
Sure, Commissioner McCurdy.
There's not a recommended motion, but I can make it.
Sweet.
I'd like to accept the fiscal year 26 invasive species ISM grant award contract. Does that sum it up?
Sure, if you want to mention maybe the dollar amount there.
The award of $66,700 with no match required.
All right, motion by Commissioner McCurdy, seconded by Commissioner Hadler. All in favor? Oh, excuse me. Any discussion? Sorry to rush that. Sure, Jacques.
I'm goat head removal. I think that's the greatest thing on this whole agenda.
Kill them all.
One of the banes of my existence with the shed full of bicycles and kids. So
Trish, did you have something? Oh, okay. Mike?
I want all go ahead. Go on. Thank you.
Okay,
Really quick.
sure, go ahead.
And we appreciate you being here. I think we could have put this on our even longer consent agenda, but we wanted to see your face and show your appreciation for doing these grants.
Thank you for hanging out.
Thanks.
All right, so I will call for a vote on that item. All in favor?
Hi.
Thank you. That passes unanimously, and we will move on then to the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Cooperative Agreement between Rim to Rim Restoration and Grand County Noxious Weeds Department. This looks like Izzy again with Cara for backup.
It's me again, and then Cara's back here.
Izzy does not need backup.
I have some handouts. They're just like swag. Thank you, Cara. There's stickers and more information on this program.
Is it the sparkly goat head sticker?
Oh, no.
That's okay. That's
I should
okay.
have brought those.
I already have one.
But yeah, so this is a really awesome grant that Rim to Rim Restoration wrote, and it's a 5-year grant of a total award of $175,000 over 5 years. And the big part of this grant is that we will have funding for a brand new position within my department that focuses on fire fuels mitigation and the knowledge pathways and how they pertain to noxious weeds. They're very intertwined.
All right, Melody.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Cooperative Agreement between the Rim to Rim Restoration and Grand County Noxious Weeds Department in the award of $375,000 over a 5-year period. No match required.
Second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner McCandless, seconded by Commissioner Hadeen. Do we have any further comment? All right, so seeing that, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Izzy.
6-0 with Commissioner McCurdy.
Oh, no, that passes 6-0 with Commissioner McCurdy absent. Thank you, County Attorney.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you hanging in for a very short 5 minutes there. All right, we will move on to item number 8, which is a bid award for courthouse HVAC replacement. This has Stephen Bowles and possibly Sean.
Yeah, Sean couldn't make it, so I'm representing Sean, but I worked with him through this. So I'm Stephen Bowles, Finance Officer. I was the procurement officer in this bid. And it is about an HVAC system replacement for this building right here. In fact, it's starting to feel a little warm right now.
Yes.
I probably could have just turned off. Actually, so a bid was submitted. We received 6 responses. We narrowed it down to 3, and then from that 3, we narrowed it down to the lowest cost provider, CCI Mechanical. That's who we're recommending, and we actually went back and validated that the quality of the materials and the service and everything was even. And this was the low cost leader. They're out of St. George. Now the cost of this, the bid came in at $101,150. But Sean did tell me he wants to put an optional $6,000, what's called cooler guards. So the actual contract may go up to 107, 108. But it's 89,541 is covered by insurance. So there's going to be 20,000 out of pocket for us. And it's also important to mention that this cost of this was on the pre-authorized list. It was approved, it was budgeted, but under our budget scrutiny, we're presenting it again for your attention. So again, just to summarize, HVAC replacement, we want to get it approved as soon as possible. We all know why. Total cost of $106,000, of which what did I say? 89,500. That's it.
Commissioner Hadler.
I'd move to award the courthouse HVAC bid to CCI Mechanical and to execute the associated contract once approved by legal, if it has not already been completed.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Hadler, seconded by Commissioner McCurdy. Any further discussion or questions? Yes, Chuck.
Was the insurance related to the hailstorm last year?
I believe, yes.
That was when they
all those
and then
capture coils.
And the guards that you discussed earlier, that might be an extra 6,000. Is that to
prevent that?
Cool, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, I will call for a vote. Those in favor of the HVAC? All right, that passes 6-0 with Commissioner Hadeen absent, and I will jump to number 11, which is the approval of the Shums Coda Associates for independent contract services for on-call county building inspections. Kristen Hoffman.
Since I'm here, I'll stay here as well because I helped her with that.
So all right.
And just for kind of background, whenever we get through this item, and I think if the commission wants to vote on it, we'll just ask for my office to be able to review it before it gets signed.
So this went to bid. It was sent back. There was a meeting involving Steve, Bill, Quinn, and Mark, and they chose Shums Coda as our contract service provider for building inspection services. There's been a number of meetings on this. This contract will involve adjusting how our fee schedule is, how our fee schedule is structured, what are the evaluation associated with our fee schedule. It will change that slightly in order to come closer to what is the standard across the state for fees being charged for building inspection services. Everyone seems really happy with Shums Coda. We have
gone back and forth on some negotiations, and the scope of work that's presented in the packet is the one that we would like to push forward. I have a motion here because I realized that this was a discussion item that got moved to an action item because we need this to happen quickly. So I do have a motion that I could hand to someone if they want to make the motion.
Sure. Thank you, Chris.
I move to approve the contract with Shums Coda as presented and authorize the chair to sign all documents upon completion of legal.
All right, motion by Commissioner Hadler,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner McCandless. Do we have any discussion on this item?
Mine. I've just had a few constituents reach out to me and just want kind of a brief history of like, how did we get to this place? If you don't mind, and maybe you can, or maybe Mark, anybody, just how did we get here? I definitely had, people reaching out and they're like, what's happened? So, to the best of our ability, just a snippet.
Yeah, from everything that we learned, there are a lot of localities in the state that are going to third party. It's more and more difficult for local entities to have those trained to be able to provide those services. With that said, I personally would like for us not to write that off at this point.
Okay.
To hopefully use Shums Coda as we bridge this transitional period. But I would hope that we could look for and obtain somebody that has the skill to do that, to keep that service.
Okay, great. Local. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, Melody.
So we are going to continue to leave those jobs that are open at the county for applicants.
Yes, ma'am, that's what I would like to do.
Anybody else? All right.
Just
go ahead, John.
What was the timeliness involved on this? Just out of curiosity.
Meaning, what do you mean?
You said that this was an open discussion item to begin with, and then we
Right.
moved to an action item.
So there is currently no, we have Corey filling in as building inspector.
Right.
There are certain codes that require building inspections to happen in a certain period with him just filling in part-time. This contract will allow us to get those inspections done quicker. Right now I have Lisa sort of administering our permit process, but allowing her to be able to schedule those with people outside of Corey's limited availability. So
That
make sure that those are done.
And just a little bit of background on that, because of where we found ourselves without a building inspector, we lost Bill and then Corey went to work for San Juan County. He has agreed to work his first 40 hours in San Juan County and then in the first 3 days of the week and then come down here and help us. And I think he's even spent some Saturday time down here. So he's going above and beyond to help us out of the situation here, and this will help alleviate, maybe get him a day off.
Great.
All right, any further discussion?
I do have a friend that's getting her building inspecting. Well, I don't know if it's certification. I think that's cool. What a great idea. It's definitely a need. And
Without a doubt. All right, so any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I will call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
That passes unanimously with everyone present. All right, we will move back to number 10, which is the approval of the 2025 certified tax rate. And is this the one we needed to call Chris on?
No, this is a big one, and this is just, the state figures this out for us. It's in the packet, let me. This is calculated, it's a certified rate revenue divided by certified tax rate value equals our certified tax rate for the year.
It says 2023.
So for general operations, it's 0.001332. For the library, it's 0.000426. I can try and answer some questions on it, but.
It's kind of, we just kind of.
it's like rubber stamp.
All right, Commissioner McCurdy.
In the recommended motion, it says 2023 Grand County certified tax rate. It does mean 2025.
It does mean 2025. Let me just.
Okay, I'd like
Yes.
next part of this.
To the other attachment, Grand PT 693, 2025. So Form PT 693 is the form that we submit to the state that certifies our tax rate. And that does have the correct date on it.
Okay.
Very good.
I'd like to make the motion. I move to approve the final 2025 Grand County certified tax rates as presented on proposed forms PT 693 2025 for Grand County operations, library and assessing and collecting.
All right, motion by Commissioner McCurdy, seconded by Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion or questions? Melody?
Do we know if this is an increase from last, or is this a sales tax, or what exactly tax, sorry, is this?
So this is our tax rate. This is our property tax rate.
Our property tax rate, and so is it increasing from last year or the same, or just is what we collect for the state?
We have an increase
Well-
in a long time ago.
Melody, I have that pulled up on my desktop. Do you
Sorry,
want the answer?
can we
I think it represents a slight deduction in the property tax rate and a slight increase in the library tax rate.
Okay.
But it is on my desktop. I'd have to look to confirm that.
No, that's fine. I mean, the numbers seem right around there, but I just was curious how. What exactly it was. I'm good.
Okay, anyone else? All right, doesn't look like it, so I will call for a vote on the property. Let's see, approval of the 2025 certified tax rates. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, and we will move on to number 12, which is the adoption of the Grand County privacy policy. And I believe this is Mr. Tyner.
Yes, sir. The passage of House Bill 444 requires a privacy policy to be implemented. This policy details how the county will gather, treat, and safeguard information.
Okay, Mike.
I'd like to make the motion. I move to adopt the privacy policy as presented.
All right, motion by Commissioner McCurdy, second by Commissioner Hadler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on the Grand County privacy policy. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, unanimously. We move on then to number 13, designation of privacy policy chief administrative officer. This is Mark again, because I believe Matt is out of town.
And I'll tag in on this one just for the commission's information. Under the HB 444, there's a mandate that we have to appoint an individual to be the Grand County privacy policy chief administrative officer. This is a job that somebody will have to oversee, and they'll be registered with DARS and listed on our website as a contact for privacy related questions. One note and one kind of point of thought, this is another way to get information. So somebody can do, it's not a new grandma system for Government Records Access Management Act, but it'll be a new way for somebody to contact Grand County and say, hey, what information do you have about me? And what information did you collect about me? So we have to have somebody that's going to be the chief administrative officer for that policy, and they'll be the point of contact for those complaints. Oftentimes, the most frequent complaint currently is you don't have a privacy policy. And so that's what they're dealing with. There's also a state website, and I'm trying to recall the website. It's like utahprivacy.com. I'm trying to recall exactly what it is. Oh, it's I'll get it here in a second. But anyways, there's a lot of information, and there they'll collect data and information about the different public bodies, government entities, and things that are collecting that information. And it's privacy.utah.gov. So if you're interested in that, you can log on and see the different policy violations or the complaints that people have made about different great groups. And I guess one, for example, is somebody had complained that back in 2016, an entity didn't take down a school book or photo of someone. So those are the types of things that individuals can write a complaint in, is somebody collecting, storing, and maintaining data.
Commissioner McCurdy.
I'd like to make the motion. I move to appoint IT Director Matt Siniceros as the Grand County Privacy Policy Chief Administrative Officer.
Motion by Commissioner McCurdy, seconded by Commissioner Hadler. Any further discussion? Yes, Mike.
Sorry to make him work more.
All right. RFP masters, don't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
All right, anything else? All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on the privacy policy chief administrative officer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mary, was that a yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Just checking.
And I
make
got
sure.
it.
All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. And I believe that we are caught up with all of the mismatch up to this point. So
With the exception of item 2.
item 2, what did
For the update on the external audit, I don't know that we ever received the presentation.
we never
passed that.
received anyone
Correct. That's
from
what
that?
I just wanted to note it for if
Okay,
we missed
thank you.
anything.
We did miss 2, you're correct. All right, we will move on to number 14, amending the Moab Tourism Advisory Board bylaws on voting members. I do know the city represents many of the businesses in this community, and I look forward to working with them in reinstating a positive economy for all in Grand County. And I think that this is a good start between Grand County and the city of Moab to work towards changing our economy. Mike, did I see your hand up?
I'm gonna make, can I just interject for a second?
Let's start with Mike and then Jacques and then.
This actually has to do with, I don't think it's right that a person has their hand raised long before we've even had any kind of discussion, and then that's immediately who we go to. I think my opinion is,
I could just
Because-
talk over people too.
well, it's getting old. You know, it's getting old.
Always talking over.
Yeah, I would agree that the hand up is the order that we'll go with, and we'll go to Jacques after Mike. So, and then come back to you, Trish.
Oh, you're messing up, one sec. I'm sitting on. I move to approve to amend the Moab Tourism Advisory Board bylaws, voting members. In following board recommendations. Don't have those board recommendations.
Second that motion.
Keep looking for the.
There are a number of items that are attached to item number 14.
You tell them what. Following the MTAB bylaws draft for approval 6.17.25-2.
All right. Motion by Commissioner McCurdy. Second.
I'll second that motion.
By Commissioner Martinez, and then Jacques, I believe you.
I think so.
We'll open that comment, we'll go to Jacques.
This stinks. Oh, this is, I think we all watched that meeting. We've heard from some very involved citizens here tonight who made excellent points. First off, I want to say that I think the city deserves a spot. The ordinance says that they should get the spot. I'm 100% in favor of the city getting a spot. There's absolutely nothing that says we need to kick the Chamber of Commerce off of this board to give the city that position. There's plenty of other options out there. I think it was it Ronnie that mentioned 3 other decisions. I think there's many more than that we could do. We could increase the number of people on the board by 1. We could increase it by 2. We could remove somebody else from the board. I mean, I'm very much in favor of the CNHA, but why the chamber over CNHA? I'm in full support of the chamber. I was the representative, I was the liaison from the commission to the chamber for 4 years. That body, as Jason Taylor said, does a great job of representing businesses in the area. An excellent job. I think Teresa King put it very well when she said personalities were involved. I think that's completely undeniable. The optics of this are terrible. And I personally think that we should send it back to MTAB to get a better discussion and a better solution. I think that if you look at that meeting, that this was done very poorly, the discussion wasn't there. There could have been a million ways they could have done this better, and they didn't handle it well at all. And I 100% don't support this. If you listen to the people who spoke today, Ronnie and Cora and Councilman Taylor and Teresa King, all those are folks with very viable opinions, and they said it as well or better than I could, but definitely not in favor of this.
All right, Trish.
I do want us to think about how we run these meetings, and Mike, I really think the world of you, but you sit there like this and I apologize. I do want to state that I apologize for interrupting you. I apologize for that. But if we are going to run an organized meeting, then let's get through the chair's description of it or whomever is presenting, and then we can have a motion. But I don't think it's right if it's like the first person with their hand up and the person just sits there the whole time like this. I don't think it's right. I want you, Chair, I would like you to consider that, and maybe council to think about it. And anyways, I just want to state that. I watched this meeting also this morning. I was mortified, to say the least. It is very clear to me what happened is to exclude the chamber is, I don't even know where that came from. It was very much a move to remove Ashley, period. And then my guess is, in a year or two, we'll put the chamber back on. When I looked up the mission of a chamber of commerce, it says, businesses working together to improve the economic well-being of a community. So how would we ever want to remove that position from that board? It's ludicrous to me. And I think, again, just as Jacques said, we had a handful of people that spoke to the relevancy of having the chamber as a member. For me, I would like to see, I don't even know if I'd send it back without guardrails. I might send it back and say, you have 9 members and work that out. I understand not wanting to have an even number, and I appreciate that, but to accept this as is, I think the optics are beyond horrible. And those who vote for it need to get ready to have some repercussions of those types of optics. It's just wrong. It's absolutely wrong.
All right,
Party's
Mike
spoken once.
next, and then Mary, and then Melody.
Yes, I
She's
agree,
up then.
I agree with Trish that I think it's best when many board members have an opportunity to make a motion. I think I've looked over a couple of times thinking, well, I'll make a motion, but somebody, I know it's so then when you read the minutes, it appears like as though most of the people here are asleep. So I really am uncomfortable with that. I am also very uncomfortable with removing the chamber. We had Keith Hill, Ronnie Schultz, Cora Phillips, and Teresa King, all very outstanding citizens in this community, good members. And they all spoke very passionately and very with good points that this is not a good thing to do. To remove somebody that has a position that has from the onset, from the beginning of this board being created, was a voting member. And for no legitimate reason, with no reason was even spoken, other than they didn't want to have an even number, deciding this is the member, this is the organization that loses its voting power. I mean, there was zero discussion. I watched the meetings. There was, it was just almost railroaded through. And I do think it was personality. And I don't think anyone, you know, you could deny it, but I think the community recognizes it. So I think to send it back and say, figure something out, whether it's 8 members or you get another 9th member or whatever you do, you know, the chamber deserves to be represented.
All right, Mike, Melody, and then Brian has got his hand up.
Kind of at a loss. 6 weeks ago, Mike, listen to your boards. 4 weeks ago, Mike, listen to your boards. 2 weeks ago, Mike, listen to your boards. This week, don't listen to your boards. That's what I got from Mike. Here's here. Fire away. I'll listen to my board this time.
Melody and then Brian.
So I watched this meeting like the day after it happened, and what's really hard for me is that the power went out or whatever happened, exactly like what Ronnie said, and so we didn't get to see the discussion, because that's what I was curious about, because I'd heard, you know, about the meeting, and so I watched it, and I feel like we're missing a chunk of the discussion, or if there was no discussion, then I would, you know, I'd like to see them why they came up with this decision, because it is a big deal. I mean, the chamber has been on there for a long time. I don't know what the best solution is. I am tempted to send it back to them as well. But the thing about it is that for me is that they are a really busy board and they have a lot to get done. And so sending it back to them just creates more work on them. And I think they have really important work to do. And I don't know what the solution going forward is. I think it's a challenging spot to be. You kick off a different member. I mean, I just a challenge, but I don't know. I've talked to a lot of the people in the community as well about it. And I think that it's a really hard situation to be in. I think that 9 is a lot could we have 9 voting members and still have a quorum of 4? I don't, you know, is that something that could happen? No. And so when you try to get these really busy people together to have a meeting, you know, 9's a lot, 8 is unacceptable, in my opinion, because that just creates a vote. So I'm struggling with this one as far as what's the right thing to do.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, I'll just keep it quick. I was at that meeting, and you know, I just want to address a couple of things that have been said. So first off, there is no excluding of the chamber. The chamber is still welcomed. I believe that everyone said that they recognize their valuable input that the chamber provides. We are simply transferring, it looked like, the chamber's position and the city's position. They're just flopping over right there. There is no removal of a position, as Trish and Mary had mentioned right there. Also, the idea that there was no discussion, there did seem like there was discussion based on it. And when we looked at it on a 7-board member, right, the only position that was not required to be there was the chamber position. All other 6 of the positions are required by the statute to go there. And I actually ended up reading the statute for everybody, and we kind of went through and we're looking at the names and who was required to be there. So I don't believe that's true. But I also do want to second what Bill had said. You know, I'm very excited to see the city on board. I think this will be a great opportunity for us to start working together to start rebuilding our economy.
All right, I'm going to go to the county attorney and then Jacques and then Trish.
A couple things to note. So during the meeting, one of the employees who was running the meeting, I don't know what happened, but they clicked something and it shut off. The second that happened, I was in the room. I told everybody to not talk. We can't talk about anything that happens whenever those things go offline. I think we grabbed.
That's the one that came back up.
Right, it came up. We grabbed Quinn. Quinn came in. They got it back online. How did
Then there was hardly any discussion, you know.
So, yeah, so what had happened there? I pushed back a little bit on the discussion issue. There was an alternative vote that didn't get a second. I know that's uncomfortable. I note a couple things for the commission. This is a minimum 5-member board, and this is, you're in section 1731(8). In that, we have to have a majority members that are in one of the recipients of tax TRT or TRCCA. Additionally, the balance 2 board members shall be employees. This is not something we've talked about before ever. Technically, they're all supposed to be employees. So realistically, the director probably should be the person that's on there. I've never caught that before. I was sitting here rereading it a number of times, and it says they have to be employees. So it says at least 2 of the board's members shall be employees of recreational facilities, convention facilities, museums, cultural attractions, or other tourism related industries located within the county. That's different than I think the hat that Ashley has been wearing. That was not a point that was brought up during the meeting, but I think that's just another item. They talked about a little bit about other things. There was also a discussion about the city's position on whether they have a voting member or not. My position is they don't have to be a voting member. There is nothing in the statute that requires that they are a voting member. The commission doesn't have to make them a voting member. Now, that's something that the city would like to have. And I think if we read it representing the interest of the municipality, I think it is an appointment. And I've told the commission before, I don't think it's a wise idea to tell the city how they should do the appointment, but I think they get a spot. Is there anywhere in here that says that it has to be a voting member? No. Do I think they would like a voting member? Yes, of course. So we went through that. There was a little bit of conversation. There was a lot of amount of confusion as well. I think you had different people having different things. We had it put up for an alternative vote for 8. Nobody besides Miss Kornblatt talked about that. And I made a point to stop the meeting and say, hang on, let's talk about the substitute motion. And the only person that lent support to that idea was Councilmember Beeler. So I just know if you're asking for them to do something different, you should be very specific, but also remember, you guys create the bylaws. They give recommendations. If you guys don't like the recommendations, that's what an advisory board is. They give advice. And so the commission is well within its rights to send it back, to decide themselves, or do any number of things. But I do think it's a little odd if your advisory board comes to you with a recommendation and they say, we recommend having pizza tonight. And you say, no, we want Indian food tonight. You better recommend curry. Like, I get that. They've had the discussion. Was it what you guys wanted? Maybe, maybe not. But again, they're an advisory board. You guys are the professionals. You guys have much more training experience in these issues and a fully robust discussion. So I leave that to you guys. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have as well. I know there are a few questions from the community. I'm not going to go through all of them, but if you guys have specific questions, happy to answer them. Sean, please.
A few things. First off, a liaison is definitely not the same as a voting member. Again, I do support the city being a voting member. My interpretation of the new code 456 is that they should be a voting member, but that's just my interpretation. But I'm on a number of boards where I'm a liaison. I'm on a number of boards I'm a voting member, and the boards that I'm on that I'm a voting member it's a more important position. It's a position that you have say. The position has teeth. The position like Stephen brought up. Councilman Taylor wanted to discuss that, but he was a liaison at the time, and he didn't have that right. I mean, that's a huge difference. If he had been an actual voting member, he could have seconded that. You could have had a better discussion. You might have had a different outcome. That's a huge difference to me. Also, I think if you look back at this board, there haven't been. I mean, if you wanted to do 8 right now, we could do 8, see how it works, and come back with 9 potentially in the future. I think 9 is fine. If you look at quorums, you said they have difficulty making quorum. Making a quorum with 5 out of 9 is actually easier than making a quorum of 4 of 7, percentage-wise. You can have 4 people miss the meeting, and you can still make your quorum instead of 3. So that actually I think would make meeting a quorum easier. You say the board's really busy, and if we tonight decide to make it a 9-person board, all we have to do is put out for another membership. Jason's already in. It's 1 more position to add. It gives better representative to the community. I don't see anything wrong with that. If they're having difficulty making quorum, so you have 4 people there, having an extra person is a bonus. Like you get someone else there to have discussions with. That's kind of a no-brainer to me. And the chamber just represents a much broader swath of businesses, like the gentleman, I don't know him, I think was his name, Keith, said, that he runs his, he just relies on the chamber for his businesses' votes. I think many businesses in town do that. And having a chamber there, I mean, that's why they were put on in the first place. As Teresa said, they've been on for 40 years. Like we're gonna knock them now just because we're changing this when it would be just as easy for us to add an extra member. So in line with that, I'm gonna make a substitute motion that we amend the bylaws to include the city and add one more position, and that position be in line with state code that position involve an employee of a tourism related business. I personally think it should come from a cultural side of things. I think someone from a museum or folk festival, or that's a area of our community that's not represented on MTAB, and I think that's a place that we could definitely use some help. I would hope that they consider someone from that, but I'll make that substitute motion.
I'll second that.
Nine, including the city. So the city's already, so that motion includes the city, so that brings it up to 8, and then I'm just proposing we do 9, because it's a better number to work with.
And keeping the chamber on.
Absolutely.
I'll second that.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Hadler to make the board a 9-member board with a second by Commissioner Hadeen. And further discussion, Trish? One real quick comment, Trish. You don't like it when Mike has his hand up ahead of time, but even after I've given you a nod numerous times, you still like to sit over there with your hand up, and then you want to reprimand me as the chair for what he's doing. And I just think that you need to be aware also and be a little bit more respectful rather than continue in public meetings to try and downgrade somebody for what they're doing. So now I'll go to your discussion at this point.
That's a classic statement. Okay. So a few things, and I appreciate the clarification as to it was turned off and it's turned back on. And basically what we're stating is nothing was missed. So what I saw as far as deliberation, and Mike, this is speaking to you, it went on, I watched it for 15 minutes. That was it. So I wouldn't consider that. Mike, I do greatly value board's inputs. The planning commission, the 2 meetings I'm going to send you guys, you're not going to like it because each one is a couple of hours. That to me is viable deliberation. There wasn't deliberation. It was made, there was a little, Stephen did, and I wrote that down, Stephen, that you kind of interjected like, hey, because they literally tried to push that vote right away. And there was a substitute motion on the table and they tried to just dismiss it and Stephen had to stop it. So I appreciate you stating that. So there was not, to me, deliberation. And then Stephen, I appreciate your comment about people seem kind of confused. So that to me states that there wasn't really vibrant understanding as to what was going on. So I hope that more than just a few of us are going to vote for the substitute motion that will allow that board to retain the chamber and also add, and I like the idea of cultural. I noticed that in the verbiage of the legislation that it can be somebody from a cultural aspect, and I think that would be great. So.
All right, do we have any others that want to add to this discussion before we vote on the substitute motion? All right, seeing none, I will call for a vote on the substitute motion to make the Moab Office of Tourism board a 9-member board. Those in favor?
Including the city.
Including the city.
And keeping the chamber on.
And keeping the chamber on, so.
As a voting member.
So that is a 4 vote. Those opposed?
Nay.
All right, so that passes 4-3. With Martinez against, Commissioner McCurdy and Commissioner Winfield, myself against that substitute motion. So, moving on.
If someone else. Hand raised.
Mary.
I read the next one.
I was gonna get my hand up there because I have a moment for this next one.
Okay, very good. So we will move on to number 15, appoint a board member to the Echo Canyon Preliminary Municipality. This will go to you, Mary, if you had your finger up first.
She's up.
Yes, I would like to appoint Melody McCandless to the appointment of the member of the Echo Canyon Preliminary Municipality.
I'll second that.
Yeah, she's.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner McGann, a second by Commissioner Hedin to appoint Melody McCandless to the Echo Canyon Preliminary Municipality. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to comment that the reason, I think this is a good idea is because Melody probably of all of us sitting around this board has shown to be more middle of the road, like attempt, looking at things from different ways. I mean, she, I think she has her feelings about it, but she's able to navigate the waters of emotions and such. She's done a really good job on that. And she's a hard worker. I'm impressed with how much she works. And I think it would be a really good representation.
All right, Commissioner McCurdy.
Ditto.
Jacques?
I would ask Melody if she has the capacity to take this on and would prefer to.
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, I think it's a hard spot to fill with all the controversy in our community around it. So I think that, and that would be the case with any one of us that took this position. And I think that I am kind of that middle of the road person, and I would do it. A little scary, but I will learn a lot. It's just like I've been learning a lot. So anyways, I appreciate it and thank you for the recommendation.
I think the other piece, is that okay if I say something?
Sure.
The other piece, it is your district, and so to me, it makes the most sense.
She's okay.
It's her district.
All right, any further discussion? All right, then I will call for a vote on Commissioner McCandless to be the representative to the Echo Canyon Preliminary Municipality. Those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We will move on to number 16, determine a metric for TRT rec film and convention expenditures. This is Commissioner Martinez.
Give me just 1 second here. Yeah, so this came out of our discussion that we had with myself, Bill, and Jacques and Mr. Stocks. And what we were trying to come up with was a metric so that we can go through and determine if the expenditures are allowed under the rec film and convention expenditures. I'll just go ahead and start off by making a motion. I move to set the metric for review of TRT 2A rec film and convention expenditures to confirm their primary intent was to attract visitors and promote Grand County as a destination, and that all TRT funds expended by Grand County active trails and transportation over the years 23, 24, and 25 be reimbursed to Fund 23 from the general fund, and that the unexpended TRT balance within the Park Trails and Rec Fund 47 be transferred back to Fund 23. This work is to be completed by June 30th, 2025.
Motion by Commissioner Martinez, second by Commissioner McCurdy. Discussion, Mike.
This is that. I'm done. That date corresponds with the July 1st starting of the House bill, right?
HB
Correct, yeah. Yeah, it corresponds with HB 456, and it also corresponds with the day that our audit is due, our financials are due. So it allows us to get our financials back into compliance as requested by the state auditor, and also make sure that we'll be compliant moving forward for HB 456 and eligible for the mitigation grants as well.
John, please.
I'm sorry, Brian, I had difficulty catching the whole motion of the whole scope of it. I would just wanted to add, I wanted to run anything by Stephen, but when we talked about this, and I agree, this came out of the discussions from our meeting, and when we were talking about actually, Brian, would you mind restating your motion really quick, and then I have comment, and I apologize, I was trying to catch that, but it was a little difficult.
Yeah, I tried to highlight the words that I thought would be the words that we would want to maybe discuss on this, but I'll go ahead and restate. I move to set the metric for review of TRT 2A rec film convention expenditures to confirm their primary intent was to attract visitors and promote Grand County as a destination, and that all TRT funds expended by the Grand County Active Trails and Transportation over the years 23, 24, and 25 be reimbursed to Fund 23 from the general fund, and that the unexpended TRT balance within the Park Trails and Rec Fund 47 be transferred back to Fund 23. This work to be completed by June 30th, 2025.
John.
Okay, thanks, Brad. I appreciate the clarification. So the part that I would disagree with is the part, the second part, where you say all TRT funds in the active transportation and trails department be returned. And I think by that you mean that we are saying that every bit of TRT funding that department received in the last 3 years, we wouldn't even put that to a test. Is that what you're getting at, Brian? We just automatically all those funds, whether they might be considered or not by somebody.
Correct. Yeah. After the conversation that John Hatterley had, I think that it would be in our best interest to go ahead and just move this all aside, make sure that we're compliant and ready to go by June 30th, which is approaching rapidly.
Yeah, and thank you, Brian. I really appreciate the clarification. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. So I would disagree with that. I think the intent of developing a metric, I think there's a lot in there, and we did, to clarify also, Stephen, Gabe, Bill, Brian, and myself had a meeting where we actually went through a lot of these items, and I think we brought them to the commission last time, and we looked at the promotional aspect of many of them. I'll just throw out an example, one being a sticker that has Discover Moab on it. And that I think that can very reasonably be argued has promotion. These things end up outside of the county. They drive visitors to Discover Moab websites. So I think what we're talking about here in my mind is developing a metric to look at all of those funds, not just the ones outside of the active transportation department, but ones inside active transportation as well. And even in my mind, especially those funds. And the metric that I thought when we had the meeting between that I referenced earlier, I thought during that meeting, we came up with a great metric. I mean, we discussed a number of items. I mean, we came up with, I forget what the exact number was, but we came up with maybe $70,000 worth of things that we all considered promotional at the time. And then the next day, Brian sent an email saying that he didn't agree with it, and we had further discussion. But then in the meeting, Commissioner McCandless indicated that she thought that some of those did qualify as promotion, as did I. So I would propose, I think the first part of Brian's motion, I'm in line with. Developing a metric is great, but I think that metric should apply evenly across things such as the rec board and the active transportation department.
Commissioner McCurdy and then Commissioner McCandless.
I really think we'll find out even more. I'm a little worried and hesitant. I like where we're at, but I would honestly like more added. The rec board, the question of the rec board being finalized and the expenditures for the dates on the expenditures for that also, along with even in our budget talks, the speaking more forward onto the county fair funds, et cetera, along with that. It's a good starting point, but I still like to expand on it where we're at.
Commissioner Andrews.
So the fair funds, the MTAB.
Promoted it.
Those for promotion. So, but I know that I feel like those things are confusing. They were listed in the green on that worksheet. But I also, watched the audit committee. I think that's why I've been so busy watching everybody else's meetings, but I don't want to have our tax funds froze again. They are definitely watching everything that we do. And at this point in time, if we just want to keep on fighting it, and also when they're looking at our, we have an audit coming up, that our financials are due the end of the month. And if we just fix them so that we're not going to be in a position where we have our funds frozen again. I mean, just even Chris mentioned how luckily, because interest rates were up, even with our tax frozen, we were still able to increase our interest, but interests are not up right now. So having our taxes frozen and not getting any of our tax revenue from the state is pretty scary. I watched you guys go through it last year, and I did not want to be in that situation. And so is it like $70,000? Probably not worth $70,000 have our tax rate and to go through that. I'd rather come out clean in the eyes of the state and then move forward with this matrix in the future. To set that are these expenses fitting into our promotional funding, and use this matrix going forward as we budget. And just not getting in trouble with the state. I mean, it sucks. I don't really want to put that money back in there, but I think that it's this wise thing to do.
I'll weigh in also. I was in that same meeting. I believe there's been several meetings. We've had a discussion where the state auditor called the county attorney. We've had discussions where the state auditor, I honestly don't know what Seth's position is, but he then also called Larson's, and it's getting pretty concerning to me. And outside of Brian and Jacques' two different assessments of it, I had already previously discussed with Mark and Quinn the fact that we continue to look for ways to justify all of this stuff, and the amount of time that we are spending as commissioners alone, let alone the load on staff. And we've even considered hiring a firm to come in and go through the books independently. I think Gabe would prefer to use somebody that he's familiar with. We've suggested the commission hire somebody to come in and do these books. And as we continue to invest time here and then money, I'm ready to put this behind us and move on to compliance and staying away from the line, as I believe it was the state auditor told Mr. Stocks to get away from the line. And so I'm quite frankly ready to be done with this, and that's my position on it. And that's why I would support the motion as the way it stands. To the amount of time that we have embedded in this is it's huge on all of us. So I'm supportive of the motion the way that he has it. Do we have any other discussion? Trish?
Well, I guess I feel, within the packet, the motion did not include all of these additional layers. And so I feel a little unprepared, to be honest, that I did, wasn't kind of given the entire scope of what we were going to do. And again, I think if we're going to reimburse active trails, we would need to reimburse rec too. So I'm a little taken aback, and I'm not sure how to deal with that. To me, it's if we want to do all of these things, maybe we postpone this till the next meeting, make sure we have everything fleshed out, and we come with a motion that everybody is very clear as to the fiscal impacts, very clear as to exactly what we're doing, so that we're prepared. And I'm not saying I disagree with you, I'm just feel like we weren't given all, given all the information.
Well,
That's how I feel.
yeah, I appreciate it. I'll go to Mike. I will comment quickly that how could you ever be prepared for a substitute motion unless you had predetermined that outside of here? So you do have to act on your feet.
Point of order.
Oh,
I want, I'm uncomfortable with this constant back and forth between you and Trish. I mean, she said something you disagreed, but anytime she says something you disagree with, you go back at her. You don't do that to Jacques. You don't do that to me. And I would just like to see that Commissioner Hedin could make a statement without a rebuttal. Thank you.
And I think I made a very humble statement. I wasn't combative. I made a very humble statement.
I was making a statement as well, that I don't see how you could be prepared for a substitute motion. And so, Mary, I appreciate your comments. We'll come around the room to Mike, I believe was next, and then Melody, and then.
Oh, I raised my hand. Dangerous move. I'll mostly agree with you. I would have liked to see the finalities of where a rec board falls, but I also know that we don't have their audit reports. And this is a big step away from that line. Hopefully the state auditor recognizes that also, hopefully. But this is, in my mind, this is next step, and there will be more coming up.
Melody, I believe, was next, and then Mary.
Yeah, and they didn't bring up, I mean, in the audit, he specifically said that Seth contacted him and told him that he needs to test the TRT spending, promotional spending, and so where it pertains to trail ambassadors, I mean, that is the exact word that he used in that audit report. And so I think that going forward, we definitely use these rec film, this metric for our rec film convention and all of the different aspects, but and waiting for another meeting, it's going to be July 1st. And our financials are due on June 30th. And I think that we'll see that fiscal impact. Hopefully, if we can pass this, we could see that in our budget meeting. We would see it very clearly, a budget meeting on the 24th, next Monday. When we're going to, and then we'll have a really clear picture, which is something that we all need to be able to go forward.
Mary, please.
The other reason, and what you've well taken, Melody, I think it would put a crunch, but also I'm concerned about on this agenda summary and in this, the entire documents and all the attachments, there's nowhere that it says there, it even says here, there are no associated documents for agenda item. No, so that it's indicating that there's no fiscal impact, while really the motion that Brian made will have a fiscal impact. And I feel for the public, it's important, especially when there's a fiscal impact, that it is presented in the packet so that they can get that. So I think I would be much more comfortable if we postponed it and had that information for not just us to read, but for the entire, all of our citizens, which are so many that look at our packet, and to have it say that the fiscal impact will be this much money, because it will be a fiscal impact.
Mr. McCurdy. Oh, I'm sorry, County Attorney.
Go ahead.
Sure, just a couple. Commission do what they would like to. Things just always give a bit of advice. So number one, I think if you guys want to set a mandate for commission administration, staff, set a policy, have them go through that, investigate that, identify that amount, and come back to you guys and say, hey, look, here's what we've come up with. And put that out I think that makes sense. If you look at your guys' agenda summary, the last paragraph kind of gives, it states the guiding principle for this review will be to assess if the primary tenant of the expenditure or activity was to attract visitors. If you guys have a clear goal and then want to task, like the next line says, department heads will assess whether the funds received were used for establishing and promoting Grand County as a destination. You guys want to do that, give that obligation to admin, to the department heads to go through a review, scoop up all those numbers and give them to you. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. But if you guys want to make this easier on staff, the more information that you guys can give in the direction, what Assistant Administrator Hall and myself were speaking about is there's a little bit of confusion. Are you saying the GCAT program generally? Are we talking about trail ambassadors? Are we talking about trail maintenance? So cleaning up some of that information in the motion would be really helpful. I get it. I will tell you the way in which the current way of doing it, having a number of meetings going again and again and again, I don't know that the commission is making as much progress as we'd like to make. I think probably assigning and delegating that task to your commission administration and then having department heads do that. I think that's going to be faster. You guys can have all the meetings you want to do, but it's going to be a considerable amount of time. That's option one. Option two, create a subcommittee. Task Commissioner Hadler, Commissioner Winfield, Commissioner Martinez. You three have been doing it before. My concern was we're starting to get into the realm of doing more than a couple commissioners in their spare time should be doing without receiving the full ordained blessing of the commission as a whole. Maybe give them that job and give them that power. Or option three is what we're proposing now, which is we're just going to do this, but who do you want to take this task? And I think if you tell admin, that's fine, but we're going to need to flesh out a little bit more. And I think you could perhaps do that right now. I think you could talk about it, but I think door number one, door number two could both work. Again, you guys can do whatever you'd like, but maybe any of those options might be a little bit easier because if Commission Administrator Hall and I don't know exactly what we're doing yet, that's just my concern.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, I think we've kicked this can around enough. Jock, you were there. Bill, you were there. When I looked through that list of expenditures, I don't find one single expenditure where the primary intent was to bring people into Grand County. And if there was, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was something that slipped through. But all of those was the secondary outcome of what was happening right there. None of the primary intent was to bring people into Grand County. That's why I'd like the motion just to stand as is, and I'd like to call for a vote.
All right, so we'll call for a vote then if there's no further discussion.
I mean, I think Stephen's right about clarifying. I mean, Brian said the whole active transportation department, and yet there's, the responsible rec, as Maddie explained in her presentation today, is very different from the trails program. And I think I think that deserves a little bit more clarity. I like Stephen's option one. I think this is kind of what we discussed to begin with in that meeting. And that is to task admin and departments to go through this, and I think they could do a better job. I've been on this subcommittee for a long time. I've attended the numerous, as have Bill and Brian, meetings in the last couple of weeks. And I think they could do it more efficiently than anybody else. And get it done with less acrimony. And I'd support the results of that work.
We had a commissioner call for a vote.
Two talks.
So let's call for the vote on Commissioner Martinez's motion.
Could you restate the motion?
Yeah.
You'll have to restate that for us, Commissioner Martinez, because there's no way I could remember the length of that.
All right, I move to set the metric for review of TRT 2AII rec film and convention expenditures to confirm Their primary intent was to attract visitors and promote Grand County as a destination, and that all TRT 2AII funds expended by Grand County Active Trails and Transportation over the years 23, 24, and 25 be reimbursed to Fund 23 from the general fund, and that the unexpended TRT balance within the Park Trails and Rec Fund 47 be transferred back to Fund 23. This work is to be completed by June 30th, 2025.
And do we want some clarification on admin doing this? Who are we directing to do this with your motion, Commissioner Martinez?
I would imagine it would be admin.
Okay. So call for a vote on Commissioner Martinez's motion as stated, giving admin some direction to repay funds that went to the Grand County Active Trails and Transportation back to, and I don't remember the numbers as far as in the budget were what account numbers those were, but I think that we all have a good idea of what this is about. So those in favor of Brian's motion? All in favor? Commissioner Martinez, are you voting?
Yep, aye.
All right, so that motion.
Hang on.
Those opposed, thank you. That motion passes with Commissioner Hedin, Commissioner Hadler, and Commissioner McGann opposed. We will then move on to item number 17.
Oh, there's plenty
Approve scope of work and engagement of the Kem C. Gardner Institute for Arches Timed Entry Impact Study. The scope of work is attached, but I'm sure that you've had plenty of time to look through all of those. This should be a no-brainer and allow us to clarify the impact that this has been on our county and to put this discussion, again, another one of these items that we should be moving on from, and I believe this study will allow us to do that. So I will start with some discussion. Commissioner McGann.
Well, I was gonna make a motion. I move to approve the scope of work engagement of the Kem C. Gardner Institute for the Arches Timed Entry Impact Study. If the funds can be taken out of the promotional side of the TRT as opposed to our general fund.
Motion by Commissioner McGann to pull the money from TRT for the scope of work for the Kem Gardner. Do we have a second?
I talked to Steve. I've been in communication all day with Steve. I mean, there's lots of reasons I want to.
We need a second, Mary, before. Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so Commissioner McGann made the motion, seconded by Commissioner McCandless.
The reason
This is Trish Copy.
since I made the motion, I get to speak first, is this is a want, not a need. And right now with us spending, I think it was over $1 million of unbudgeted funds, to add another 60,000 to that is quite a bit when we're all, when I'm hearing from many people that are very concerned about our budget. And, if you want to do the study, I don't know if it's necessary, but my main concern is we are taking money again that is not in budget and spending it when we have said over and over and over again, we need to take a big picture, we need to slow down. We're in, there is a real good chance we're hitting the monsoon season. There could be some impact there that we're gonna have to pull out of our general fund. There could be emergencies that happen throughout the year that we have to come out of our general fund. That will be needs. And if they're needs, then yeah, we gotta go out of, we have to take it out of our reserve. But this is not a need. Not everybody in the community thinks it's a great idea. It's not like, everybody's cheering to have this done. But if this is something that really wants to be done, and I've spoken to Stephen, then that if it can come out of the promotional side of TRT, I'm okay with it.
Commissioner McCurdy.
Trish was first.
Oh, Commissioner Hadeen. My apologies.
That's okay. When was this item added? Do you guys know? I know that the first time I looked at the agenda, it wasn't there. Could you tell me, please know when it was added? And it's okay. I mean, I just know that it wasn't in the initial.
It was added on Wednesday.
It wasn't
very hard.
I don't think so, but okay.
It was after agenda review, but.
Yeah, the first time I looked at it, it wasn't there. So, okay. But anyways, it just to kind of throw that out there. I think this idea of pulling one little thread out of a fabric is really impossible. But maybe done. I would actually, especially if we could pay for it at a promotion, I would think about expanding the scope of this study to look at, kind of overarching impacts on tourism. And then that way we might come out with a product that we go, okay, timed entry is a factor, tariffs by the president are a factor, just my opinion, we would get more bang for our buck. Just an idea. And I'm not sure what that would look like, Bill, but just a thought that especially if we can pay for it with TRT, maybe we expand the scope of the study so that it would be more valuable to the MTAB, to businesses within our community, et cetera, and so on. I think looking at one small, tiny factor doesn't have a huge amount of value. Just an idea.
Commissioner McCurdy.
Okay. Mr. Stocks, does this in any way come near that gray area?
And it's hard to say. I mean, the argument is that the Arches Reservation program is impacting tourism, right? And if that's the argument, then doing a study on the Arches Reservation system, whether you have it or not have it, would the ultimate goal be if it was adverse to the county and adverse to tourism, then requesting the removal of it. Then that would be promoting tourism. If you found out that it didn't impact tourism, then
We have to reimburse ourselves.
yeah, I guess you could make the argument that you reimburse yourself. You can make a caveat like that. But I think that's the
Agreed,
argument.
but I mean, straight under promotion, how does it bring people into the county to study this?
Well, what about if you study this and say that it comes out to a negative impact on Grant County?
Okay.
That gives you the ammunition to say that that reservation system shouldn't exist. And you could promote tourism by advocating for its removal.
Okay. But if the flip side of the coin, if not,
The flip side, you might be in a
general fund this.
Sure. But again, the thing that I've spoken to a couple commissioners at different times. This particular item, I don't know how you can't say that this item hasn't been spread far, wide, promoted, talked about through every facet. I don't know how many newspaper articles, how many studies, all of it has talked about this item being a massive impact on this community, whether for or against promotion for this community. I mean, this has been, I don't know a single topic that has been communicated and talked about more, promoted or loved or hated more than this topic in this community.
Defensible.
Yeah, I think this is something that is defensible.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Commissioner Hadler and then Commissioner Martinez and back to Commissioner McGann.
So in line with what Trish said, I got a call from the mayor yesterday who said she's reached out to a few of you also. And she said the city would be more than willing to pay for half of the scope of the study if they expanded the study to look at overall impacts on our tourism numbers over the last couple of years. The study might cost a little bit more. It might, and I'm just throwing random numbers out there. It might raise the price to 80,000, 60,000, but if the city picks up 40 of that, then we're still saving money on that. And she said that they would be very supportive of that and would like to help understand overall impacts on tourism from every angle, not just the park, but including the park. I think that is a generous offer. I think it would be great to partner with the city, another avenue that we have to work with them on something that affects all of us, and it could lower the price tag of this and give us a better economic viewpoint of what's going on.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. So yeah, I don't think that working with the city or working with the NPS or working with the state is a good idea. There's one simple question that we want to have answered, and that is, what is the impact that Arches reservation system is having on the county? Mary had the white paper that she wanted to put inside there. And, one thing about the white paper that was in there is, that data right there only considered 6 months of data. Now we have 3 years, right, of post implementation that we can actually study. And I think that Kim C. Gardner will do a great job. I looked at the scope, and I think that it's spot on. Second, the white paper that was done by the RRC, and I don't think that was a peer-reviewed study. I think that was just put out by that company right there. It's not a peer-reviewed study, as Trish was talking about earlier. This Kim C. Gardner will be a peer-reviewed study, and I think that it'll be what we're looking for. Now, as far as does it fall within the TRT promotion, once again, I think that you're going to be riding that line right there. The idea, and I thought about this too, is you look at our media plan that just got presented. There's a good portion of that media plan that is for data collection, data services, which informs your advertising. Will this inform our advertising? I think that's the question that we need to ask. So will the data, or will the answer to this question right here inform our advertising? And if we all decide that it is, then I think that it would be a valid use of the TRT promotion. But if it's not to inform our advertising, then I would disagree with it.
All right, I know Commissioner McGann was next, but Mary, you've already weighed in. If you don't mind, let's let Melody go.
That would be the appropriate thing to do.
So I do think that if we keep it as just a specific Arches reservation system, it fits in that line of being able to use it for promotion. If we add in the scope that the city's been wanting, then I think it's going to be straight out of our general fund, because it's a bigger scope. So we can leave it as reservation system, which is what the answer that we're looking for is yes or no. Is the reservation system affecting the economy? If so, there's something that we can do about it. If not, then all of those other things are going to be the reason why.
It will give us.
And there's really nothing we can do about all of those other things.
But we could.
The tariffs, the inflation, recession. Is there more people coming to Moab? Well, ultimately, if there's not more people, but I know that a lot of times when I talk about how my customers are down in sales, which is dramatic, then I get told there's a bigger piece of the pie. And so, but if there was a bigger piece of the pie and more people still coming, then our tax revenue would not be declining. And that's the big issue, is we have tax revenue declining. We have individual businesses revenue declining. I mean, it is June 17th, and I have customers that are telling me that they're $20,000 down in sales this year over last year's June. They're laying off people, they're letting people go, they're not working. I mean, these are big issues in our community. And so that's really where I come to you know, I look at all of this and that's where I go back to the people that I represent, and that's our community, and they are hurting and we need to figure out the root cause. And so I do think that if we realize that the Arts Reservation System has been an impact and we can use TRT funds, and if we find out that it's opposite and we have to reimburse those TRT funds from our general fund, I think that could be a caveat of the motion.
All right, Mary, please again, and then I'm going to weigh in a little bit.
Okay, Stephen, I have, I guess, some questions for you is, I mean, to me, if it comes back that it isn't impacting our revenue, well, then we have that data to help us move forward in what, do we need, how are we going to, change the way, maybe we're gonna have to do more tweaking with our advertising. Maybe we're going to have to, figure out some other way. But it would take that off that, so I don't see why we would have to reimburse it, but that's something we could decide on.
Sure, you could revisit the item as well. You could either amend the motion to make it a caveat, or you could revisit this after the study's concluded. I mean, this is like any of the data mining that Brian referenced to. Sometimes you want to know the correlation.
I guess for my motion, like I said before, we're getting ready to do a budget amendment and a budget thing really quite soon, where we look at everything and we see where we're at. Well, if that's the case, I don't see the hurry of this, because I think it should be part of a whole. But I'm really concerned if we're that worried about our finances, that we are paying for a want and not a need, when we have told our own department heads no to things that they say they would really make their jobs easier. We did that during the budget season, budget time. So I'm just not at all comfortable paying for this out of our general fund at this time. And if we wanted to go and look at everything and then put it in our workshop, I'm okay. But I'm not okay to spend, to not spend the money without it being promotional.
But the motion was made that you will approve this item if it fits into promotion. Okay, I'm Brian, I see your hands up and I'll get to you. Let me weigh in just a little bit. And Mary, I'm going to go against you, not just Commissioner Hedin, so it is you as well. This is more than a want. This is a need. And we're talking about the budget season here, and the fact that we're denying people things. We're considering pickleball, we're considering EMS, we're considering all kinds of things. And the reason that we're in this pickle, no pun intended, is because of the fact that our revenues are down by nearly $3 million a year. When you go through this, Grand County is almost in a recession. This is a need to be able to answer this question and to move forward with it, because you can build a lot of pickleballs courts with the money that would be coming in here. This is, and again, I say it, this is a no-brainer. We should all want clarity on this situation so that we can move forward. And so I'm in favor of the motion. I'm in favor of moving this forward. This reservation system is another item, just like the TRT money, that needs to be put to bed and move on so that we can go on with some other issues within this county. And I want to talk real quick a little bit about the idea of expanding and partnering. I would not be interested in any way, shape, or form partnering with the state or the city. The more people that get their fingers in this, the more diluted the study will be, and then the more useless the study will be. And so expanding it, no, it's just a very simple, is this affecting our economy? Because our economy is in a huge negative. How do we move forward and get out of that? Is part of that this? And somebody mentioned doing away, I think it was a county attorney, with the reservation system. That's never been proposed. We asked that the reservation system just not be made permanent because it still needs tweak. We are seeing numbers out at Arches where we're at 2015 numbers this year. Dead Horse Point is doing a great job of competing with Arches now with 2 parking lots. So there's a huge need here, and expanding on it. No, we just want a simple answer. What is this doing to our economy? And let's move forward with whatever the answer is, because I'm willing to accept that answer. And I think that that's what we all need to be looking for. And so Commissioner Martinez, and then I think there's some others.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead and amend the motion and state that I'll move to approve the KEMC Gardner study being paid out of promotional TRT funds with the caveat that it be reimbursed if the study comes back that there is no impact.
It's basically the same motion. He's just clarifying the repayment of
Well,
TRT.
I think we should let our county attorney have the opportunity to study it before, the other way it's open, it's open-ended the other way.
So dealing with the motion, there's a couple different flavors. You could move a motion to amend the previous motion, or you could offer a substitute motion.
Substitute motion was made, right?
He made a substitute motion.
Okay, so it's a substitute motion
We
then.
just didn't hear that first part of it.
Okay, so it's a substitute motion.
It's the same, but we make sure it's paid for regardless. I second that.
So motion by Commissioner Martinez, seconded by a substitute motion by Commissioner Martinez, seconded by Commissioner McCurdy. Further discussion? John.
I'm still against that. I think if it is if it is a need and not a want, I think a broader study would be more useful. And I think it's a spell a price tag. I mean, sure, it'd be great to pay for it out of TRT, but again, I don't know how close to the line we are. I don't, this is such a politically fraught topic. It just tells me I'm going to vote against it.
Commissioner McCurdy and then Commissioner McCandless.
I hate that we delay this long just in talking back and forth. The study should be done. We could be moving on.
Commissioner McCandless.
Well, I just wanted to speak to yours, what you said, Jacques, about being a politically motivated thing. I believe that all of us on this board would want, our commission would want our economy to grow. I mean, if we don't grow, then we don't have money. Wait, I'm talking. And, you know, and I'm just curious. I sometimes wonder where you guys stand on tourism. You know, I mean, I would love to hear, you know, what if you guys want to, you know, kill tourism, because that's certainly what it looks like our community is in right now, or if you are for tourism. And I know that Jacques and I have had meetings and coffee, and you said I'm pro tourism, but when it comes down to like the votes, not always does it look like that. So yes, I'm pro tourism. Yes, I'm pro quality of life for this community and people being able to survive here and all of the different aspects, whether it be housing. That's something just curious about, you know, tourism and where you stand on that.
I think my statement, when I said it was political, I meant the TRT interpretation. I didn't mean, you know,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't come across well, but that is exactly what I meant. I didn't mean the just meant the TRT motion interpretation.
Commissioner Hedin.
I'm not gonna vote for this, and it has nothing to do with whether I support tourism or not. It has to do with, I don't think this study is gonna tell us enough. Again, I think if we expanded it, we work with the city, and we say, oh, is it the quality of our public lands? Is it, you know, then we'd have more value. And we have spent almost $1.2 million over 2025 budget. I've been on this commission now, this is the 5th year, we've never been in this position before. So to me, it's like somebody standing on my chest. We just keep spending money. And it's at a certain point, we've got to stop, pull on the reins, evaluate where we're at. Again, to wait this out for a month or two and to go, let's evaluate where we're at fiscally, then make some moves. We got to stop spending money at a certain point that's out of budget. We have to.
Commissioner Martinez, and then I'm gonna call for a vote on this one.
Perfect. I just think that there's two things that we really need to be doing. One of them, yes, is we need to start tightening our belt and watch that bottom line. But the other thing that we need to do is we need to start growing that top line. And Arches is our #1 attraction. I think we really need to look into this.
All right, I will call for a vote on the substitute motion by Commissioner Martinez, seconded by Commissioner McCurdy, to pay for the Kempsey Gardner study and reimburse with general funds if it proves that it does not meet the criteria or TRT. So those in favor of this motion, substitute motion by Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Those opposed. The motion passes with Commissioner Hedin, Commissioner Hadler, and Commissioner McGann against. All right, and we will move on to a discussion item establishing procedure for reassignment of county liaison midterm.
And I just want to make this really quick. And, you know, I think we've had a long discussion over this. I don't want to get into it too much, other than the fact that the bylaws that were in the last packet were wrong. So there were some, I put in the new bylaws, and that being said, my interpretation of these bylaws is that the local advisory board shall nominate those new members. So, and when you look at that, it says that it would be those first 5 positions, which is the director, excuse me. Just pulling it up really quick. I have my notes, but it would be the director, or so the first 5, the local director or designee, the county attorney or designee, a representative of the AG's office, at least 1 official from law enforcement, and then the 5th is the county executive, which I assume, Stephen, that is the commissioner.
It'd be the commissioner
Or the designee, right? And so, you know, my overall point to throwing this on here is I just feel like if we're gonna do things that, in my opinion, are fairly aggressive, I think we need to have our ducks in a row. We needed to have the right bylaws, and we needed to make sure that we were following those bylaws, and we weren't. I don't want to change it. I think that we're all good where it sits now, that Bill is taking that position. I will note that that meeting where the chair and the vice chair were appointed, the vice chair actually wasn't at that meeting. When you look at them, I did attach those minutes also. She was notified before the October meeting, and so I appreciate all of that. I don't think anybody's debating any of that. Again, I just want to make sure that we do things appropriately, we're using the right bylaws, and we're keeping our ducks in a row. And then my final statement is, I also feel like these kind of actions are just a waste of our time. It's a waste of my time. It was a waste of your time. It was a waste of the county attorney's time. It's just like, it's a waste of time. We surely have better things to do. And where I would like to see this commission eventually go is having kind of an overall, maybe we spend a few days together and we go, where are we going? What do we believe in? What do we want to see in this county? We get some overall visioning and we start moving in a direction. I feel like right now we're just like spinning our wheels, to be honest, and we're trying to clean some stuff up, and I think that's all great. But this to me is a waste of time, the last item. And again, the reason I brought it up is we did not have the appropriate documents in the last packet. And I think that, again, if we're going to do things, we need to have our ducks in a row. That's it.
Commissioner McCandless and then Commissioner McCurdy.
I just wanted to motion to table this item since it should be a procedure that the Policy and Procedure Subcommittee works through.
Oh, yeah, it's not, it wasn't really a, like, I didn't really want to develop, that's all I wanted to say. But if you guys want to come up with a policy and procedure, I think that's great.
So motion by Commissioner Handless to table this.
It's just a discussion item. It doesn't, it's not an action item.
Things, discussion items, but if the discussion's ended, then.
Yeah.
Commissioner McCurdy.
Well, all two to a motion. And then can it be a discussion item?
There's no discussion on table motions.
I'll table it.
All right,
I'll talk to you later.
we will table this one and now I am
Call for a vote.
for a vote. We are calling for a vote on it.
Whenever you've got a motion to table, you need to vote on the motion to table.
Okay,
And why do we?
all right. Do we have a second on the?
If you saw Mike say,
Seconded.
Mike did second, so block the
Okay,
board.
so a vote to table this item. I'll call for a vote. Those in favor? Those opposed?
I don't know what, okay.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, so the motion passes.
Okay.
With one abstaining and two opposed, Commissioner Hadeen and Commissioner McGann, with Commissioner Hadler abstaining. All right, Commissioner McCandless.
Now I make a motion to go into closed session for pending or reasonably imminent litigation and character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an
Hi,
individual.
guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
I got both. I used that.
All right.
You said it. I was.
Those in favor of going into closed session? Those
Aye.
opposed? Was that an in favor?
My hand, but I did it like
Okay.
this and I realized she wouldn't know that my pen was in my hand.
Second on that?
Commissioner McCurdy.
And also.
I was a second.
Speakers off.
I'll say.
We taking a 2-minute?
They're not off. Do not say it again.
No, they're not all.
Oh, why that does that. Leave them.